Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As it is prayer time now, I just want to guide you to the prayer rooms. If you want to go, the ladies are just on the outback outside near the garden. There's a little room there, and the men are on the front area where the car park is. So if you want to make your way to pray, please do so. Thank you.
One, one, two, one, two. One, two, one, two. One, two, one, two. One, two. One, two. One, one, two, one, two. Testing one, two. One, two. Testing one, two. One, two. Test one, two, one, two. One, two. One, two. Test one, two. One, two. One, two. One, two. One, two. 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Hi, this is Shalina. Can you hear me? Hi.
Good afternoon, Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience this afternoon. Some of the ladies are still praying, and there's a ladies' prayer room up just right in the corner on the right-hand side, and men's at the back. And we hope to start in another 5-10 minutes. Thank you for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen at the door, please can you make your way to your seats because we're going to be shutting the door in a minute, please. Thank you. Gentlemen standing at the door, can I please request you to come and take your seats, please? Sheikh Nuru. Thank you. Can a few of the volunteers please usher the ladies and gentlemen at the door to come in, please? Dr. Zain, can I please call upon you? Hello, Dr. Zain, where are you? Yeah. Yeah, so I'm not going to say, I'll just let him start with Quran. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please request you once again to take your seats? We're going to start with a recitation of the Quran as is customary for us. And Dr. Zain is going to do that for us. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا كونوا قوامين بالقسط شهداء لله ولو على أنفسكم شهداء لله ولو على أنفسكم أو الوالدين والأقربين إن يكن غنيا أو فقيرا فالله أولى بهما فلا تتبعوا الهوى أن تعدلوا وإن تلووا أو تعرضوا فإن الله كان بما تعملون خبيرا صدق الله العلي العظيم اللهم صل على محمد وعلى محمد. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you to Husayn Summit 2020, and like it was announced, we're just beginning with a short recitation of the Holy Quran and just a reflection on the verse that I recited, which is from chapter 4, and the verse number is 135. And basically it's talking about justice, and this is the theme that has inspired this conference, this summit. And the theme is about human justice, social justice, and what God has stated in this verse of the Holy Quran is that establish justice even if it goes against your parents or your close ones, be they rich or poor, near relatives. But the important message is that you establish justice regardless. And the importance of this message is that, and what we can take home from it, is that justice is basically about whether things are right or wrong. If our lenses of seeing right or wrong are based or biased based on our tribes or our countries or our affiliations, then this taints the very meaning of justice. Justice is that which is essentially all good and all right. And injustice is the very opposite of that. So be it if your parents are unjust, if your friends are unjust, if your close relatives are unjust, you still stand up for justice. And this is the take-home message from this verse. And this is the message that is drawn upon from what we learn of the events that took place in Karbala, in which Imam Husayn and his sister Zainab, as will be spoken about later on, I'm sure, depicts this very message. So on that note, I'd like to conclude, and again, I wish you all a very warm welcome, and I pass it on to yourself.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, peace and blessings be on all of you. We thank you today for joining us in the second annual Husayn Summit. This year, we are celebrating the life of Lady Zainab. She was the granddaughter of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and she's a role model for me because she's a defiance against oppression and injustice. She was a woman of patience and endurance, and her authentic power was guided by her soul. Her inner reflected her outside when she said, "I see nothing but beauty in the face of a catastrophe," which you and me would think this is terrible. Our theme for today aligns with her values and her qualities and the principles she stood for. You will get to know more about it as the summit unfolds. I am Nikhat Panjwani, and I'm going to be taking you through the proceedings today. So just a quick housekeeping guidelines. Fire exits, one here, one there. These doors are open too, and those are too. At the back, there is a ladies' washroom. There's a men's just outside the double doors there. And I'd really request you if you could keep your mobile phones on silent because it disturbs. Also, we will be having a break just after 2:30. And if you want water in between, there are some volunteers. If you just raise your hands, they will get you some water to drink. Again, it would be better if you don't get up and disturb the quorum of the events. And I'd request you to please be silent. And without further ado, I'd like to call upon the mayor to welcome and open the summit. Thank you. I've heard that you're a cricket enthusiast. Is that right? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I'm grateful to all the management who organized a wonderful program today. And I think distinguished guests and very respectable people present in here, and I think that is great. We all get together and just saying few words about the future, what that Hazrat Imam Husayn alayhi salam and Bibi Zainab Bibi what did for the future of the rest of the world. I think because that is very, very great, devotion, and that is for social justice and equality and all the human rights in the world. I think they set such an example. They have got no any kind of deficiency in their lives, but they just stand on the principle, and that's why they've given their lives, and that will forever, up to the day of judgment, that will be no example for like that. And I think that we should do, as much as we can, we should to follow the teachings of the Islam, Hazrat Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, what they given us teaching, what they have given us guidance, and I think that is success for the life for everyone. And I don't want to take you any more time. I can say that's what great devotion. We can't get the example of such a thing because they have set such an example that never forgettable in all our lives. And I think that's, I can say last words, कत्ल हुसैन असल में मर्ग यजीद है, इस्लाम जिंदा होता है हर करबला के बाद. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, for that. This is the second year that the Husayn Summit has been running. Husayn was a man who stood up against oppression. To further elaborate on it, I'd like to call upon Shani Abbas to give us the vision of the summit. But before that, I'd like to tell you who he is. Shani Abbas is a lawyer turned entrepreneur who currently runs a global business. However, he's better known in our community as the Secretary General of the World Federation. The World Federation is an NGO organization and represents the Khoja Shia Ishnashari Muslims and undertakes humanitarian work worldwide. So may I call upon Shani Abbas to give us a vision of Husayn Summit.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Thank you for joining us for this year's Husayn Summit. The idea behind the summit is to create a forum to discuss and debate social justice issues, to discuss how we can make society better, how we can make society more inclusive, more fair, more progressive, more equitable. This year's themes are twofold: female leadership and speaking truth to power. And we're excited about today. We're excited that over 700 people across the country have registered. We expect over 550 to attend. We're excited that so many wonderful speakers and panelists have taken time out to be here with us today. And most of all, we're excited that today is an opportunity for us to share the illuminating and radiant personalities who resonate so strongly with us and so passionately with our hearts today, and that is Lady Zainab and Imam Husayn. A lot has been written about Imam Husayn's stance for social justice, a stance he shared with his sister, Lady Zainab. For example, Mahatma Gandhi, the founder of modern-day India, has said, "I learned from Husayn how to achieve victory whilst being oppressed." He also said, "If India wants to be successful as a country, it must follow in the footsteps of Husayn." Nelson Mandela too was inspired by Imam Husayn. He said, and I quote, "I spent 20 years in prison, and then one night I decided to surrender by signing all the terms and conditions put in front of me by the government. But then I suddenly thought about Imam Husayn and the Karbala movement, and Imam Husayn gave me the strength to stand up and fight for my rights, for freedom and liberation, and then I did." The world knows about Mandela, the world knows about Gandhi, and the world knows about so many other social justice leaders. But it's equally important, in fact, I say it's our duty for the world to know about their inspiration, Imam Husayn. This year's special focus, ladies and gentlemen, is on the sister of Imam Husayn, Lady Zainab. So why does Lady Zainab mean so much to us? Why does it stand in the stand of her brother over 1400 years ago against oppression, against a despicable despot, an autocrat, a tyrant of his time? Why does it instill in us such an enormous affection, an enormous passion, an enormous intensity within our hearts? The truth is, ladies and gentlemen, is because Zainab, despite the unimaginable oppression against her, despite all the violence conducted against her family, despite all the threats, Zainab stood unshakably for justice. She never wavered, she never cowered, and her faith in her Lord, in her mission for justice, was unflinching. I know, I need to tell you a little bit about Lady Zainab and introduce her to you a little bit. Lady Zainab, at the tender age of 5, for example, witnessed the death of her grandfather, Prophet Muhammad. Some months later, Lady Zainab witnessed the passing away of her mother, Lady Fatima, whose house was famously attacked, ransacked, and set on fire. Lady Zainab saw oppression from this age onwards. Zainab saw, for example, the first-hand poisoning of her brother Hassan, whose body was even attacked en route to the burial site. Zainab saw this new leader of the Muslim world, Yazid, the despicable despot, forcibly trying to gain allegiance from her brother some years later. A move that would have given him great legitimacy. In a bid to avoid this, in a bid to avoid all bloodshed, Husayn left where he was in Medina and went to Iraq. But there he was surrounded. He was joined on this journey by his family and his friends. He and 72 male members were mercilessly and brutally killed, and they died thirsty in the desert. Their bodies were mutilated. And Zainab witnessed this all alone. This is when Zainab's leadership came to the fore. Whilst the male members of her family had been killed, it was Zainab who took the leadership over the holy household at this critical, monumental hour. Father Khalisi shortly will no doubt share with you more details on her life, including the journey she made from Karbala to Kufa and then onwards to Damascus. For me, the moment that defines her unbelievable strength, her determination to stand up against tyranny, is her encounter then with Yazid, the so-called leader of the Muslim world. So picture this scene. Zainab and her family, including young children, have been dragged in chains from city to city, from Iraq, Karbala, to Kufa, from Kufa to Damascus in Syria. Even in Damascus, when they arrive, they have stones pelted at them and boiling water thrown on them. And Yazid is inside his palace, fortified with a large gathering. Yazid invites dignitaries, even including the Roman ambassador, to show his strength, his victory over Husayn. And then in comes Zainab and the children and the family of Husayn. And this is where Zainab shone. Zainab challenged Yazid, who was poking the head of her brother with a stick and making fun out of her. But the dialogue between Zainab and Yazid left Yazid humiliated. I'd like to quote only one phrase from the famous words that historians have written of what she said to Yazid, the despicable despot, on that day. She said, "By him, who honored us with revelation, the book, and prophethood. You cannot achieve," she tells Yazid, "our status, our position, nor can you affect our mention, nor remove from yourself the shame and the dishonor that you have now perpetuated with your excess and your oppression on us." She then tellingly says, your word is now weak, your days are now numbered. Zainab, the captive, inspires us, because despite seeing all this oppression firsthand, the killing of Husayn, the family of Husayn, the companions of Husayn, even the 6-month-old baby of Husayn, Zainab, after being taken from town to town as a captive, Zainab stands up with strength and with conviction and speaks truth to power. Her words to Yazid catalyzed the toppling of Yazid and inspired many millions around the world to speak up, whatever the consequences. So now, back to today's summit. We as organizers feel that the panels arranged today are really quite apt. The first panel is on female leadership, the challenges and the barriers that we in society put in place, sometimes even subconsciously. Our second and third panels are on speaking truth to power. We're excited about the journeys and to hear the journeys of people like Baroness Varsi and Joe Swinson, amongst others, what they've had to go through to kind of continue with their principles, to stand up for their values and their beliefs. And our third panel, I think, is quite a cracker. It's a debate on how we can make foreign policy fairer. We really do have, ladies and gentlemen, all the ingredients to have a really special summit. So once again, thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. And thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Shania Abbas. Indeed, she inspires us because she put her strength and courage despite humiliation. And one person who's really studied her life is Father Christopher Khaleesi. He's a Catholic priest who is an expert on Lady Zainab and has investigated topics such as how her sentiments of leadership differ or compare to those of contemporary Western feminist movements. He has written a book on the life of Lady Zainab, which is titled Half of My Heart. He has been described as really cool, cultured, humble despite the global recognition, and incredibly intelligent. I love his quote where he says that Zainab is the first splinter of the moon. And he also said that the daily struggles to be faithful to everything that is just and true and moral, Zainab offers us a template or example, standing firm no matter what the odds. So thank you very much, and may I welcome you to the stage to enlighten us about baby Zainab. Thank you very much.
Somebody will stop me when I go over time, yes? Okay. So the truth is that while there is untold devotion to Lady Zainab in the Shia Islamic world, there's disappointingly little academic research into her life. And that leads to substantial gaps in her biography. And biographical gaps quite often turn into myth. Now, myth is not a bad thing. The reason that people tell stories is because they have a certain regenerative power. But myth is always often the place where we build our golden calves, where we create spiritualities or we create theologies around people that make them untouchable, unreachable. The point about Lady Zainab is she is not unreachable. She is not inimitable or inaccessible. She is one of those exceptionally rare people for whom the world looks up from all its quarreling to see who this is, who so blesses us, blesses our lives with her talent and with her imagination. One of those startling personalities who compels us, or maybe compels me, to ask how exactly my own life, whatever talent or imagination may be present, how exactly my own life is adding quality to the lives of people around me. Personalities like Lady Zainab, the very best of people, the very best of the best, people who have experienced defeat, people who have been through suffering, people who have endured struggle, people who know what it means to keep on losing but have somehow found their way out of these things. People like that don't just happen. They have an appreciation and an understanding of life that gives them an empathy that other people just never find. So when I speak, as I do quite often, of a Zainabian praxis, what I really mean is finding a way of representing the life of this extraordinary woman in a way that ordinary people like myself could emulate her, putting her back within the reach of ordinary people who are not necessarily engaged in great struggles for justice, because not all of us are, but who nonetheless every day have to deal with more ordinary and mundane things and are confronted even in the ordinary mundane moments of life with little moral choices, little personal stands for justice which frighten them but which have to be made. Certainly there are elements of Lady Zainab's life that are well known to us. The truth is that much of her life is trauma. It begins with trauma, the death of her grandfather, the Prophet of Islam, in whose shadow of holiness she begins her own journey. And then the suffering inflicted on her mother, the Lady Fatima, immediately after the Prophet's death. And then Fatima's subsequent death within months of her father. And then eventually the assassination of her father Ali, and the assassination of her brother Hassan, and later the assassination of her brother Husayn. There's a great deal of trauma packed into the life of this woman from the beginning. And I would propose that at the core of Zainab's life, there are really two journeys that are made. There's, firstly, if you like, the historical journey. So this is the journey that takes place from Medina to Karbala. And then from Karbala to Kufa, where she makes her first great stand for justice. And then from Kufa to Damascus, where she makes her second, even greater stand for justice. And then from Damascus, perhaps to Medina, or maybe to Egypt, or maybe back then to Damascus. That's the historical journey. But there's another journey that takes place in her life, and that is the existential journey. In the same way that Shariati talks about Fatima becoming Fatima, Zainab becomes Zainab. That's the existential journey. The moments of her life that are preparing her for this role that she was created for, even if it's at its heart, it's a role that lasts only a few days. It is without doubt a crucial role. And it's within that existential journey that the Lady Fatima becomes the exemplar, not just for women, not just for Shia women, not just for Muslim women, but for all kinds of people. She is a much more universal archetype, like her brother Husayn, who transcends the barriers and the boundaries of gender and culture and religion, so that she becomes a paradigm for people who want to become what they were created to be. Now, we have enough biography to hear her authentic voice as it comes down to us through 1,300 years. And I would suggest you, to begin this conference, or to move forward this conference, I would suggest you that Zainab's voice is directed at three particular groups in society. I think in the first place, Zainab speaks to the traumatized, because her own life begins and ends in great trauma. She speaks to the wounded. Why shouldn't she? If you had the capacity today to give life to somebody, to enable a single person to live their lives more intensely, more vibrantly, more abundantly, surely you would do it. And the truth is that we find ourselves confronted on an almost daily basis now with people who live with a sadness that runs down to their bones. Fragile people who have been utterly destroyed by life. Just too many dreams shattered, or too many plans that have gone wrong, or too many tragedies, or too much trauma. And it's easy for us to say, oh, come on now, pull yourself together. But until we've experienced what it means to be utterly traumatized and to be lifeless, We can't reduce people's experience to a few platitudes. No, we have to shepherd people the way that Lady Zainab shepherded the surviving members of the Ahl Bayt in those dreadful days after Karbala, pulling them together and leading them. We have to shepherd people into a life that is more abundant because it's full of hope. And that hope that I'm talking about is not based on our ability for self-improvement. It's not a good feeling that tomorrow things are going to be better than they were today. It's not a hope that everything's going to be all right or that next time I won't mess up so badly. No, I'm talking about divine hope. That's a different thing altogether. She speaks to the traumatized. In the second place, I think she speaks to the wavering, to people who are faced with daily ethical decisions that absolutely terrify them because they don't want to be unpopular. Little stands for morality or for justice that paralyze them, or people who face the struggle with the truth that demands to be told and they don't want to tell it. The very fact that she went to Karbala, those interventions, 3 or 4 of them, on the actual battlefield during the battle, this astonishing stand she takes before the 2 great tyrants of her day, and then this crushing indictment of Yazid's leadership was much, much more than speaking truth to power. It was about speaking a radical truth, not just individual truths or particular truths, not just religious truths or political truths. We have plenty of those. No, we're talking about the truth. If the senses and the nerves of my hand begin to tell lies, if they begin to send messages to my brain, telling my brain that something that is hot and untouchable is in fact cool and touchable, there is no way I can survive. People need truth. Communities need truth in order to have any chance at life at all. Radical truth in everything we say, but also in the way we think things through, and the stances we take, and the actions that we perform, not just in public, but also in private. But telling the truth in that radical way is a difficult work. It takes a lifetime of practice. And sometimes, as Zainab found, radical truth leads to great conflict. But communities and people can't live without it. Zainab was not a woman who practiced male virtues. Courage and a certain oratory that is daring when it comes to the truth, and a dauntlessness in the face of a tyrant. These are not male virtues, these are human virtues. And the reason that Zainab caused Ziyad to back down and won Yazid's exceptionally grudging admiration at the end was not because she was brave like a man, but because she spoke a radical truth, saying what had to be said, even at great cost. Because that's how Zainab remembered who she was. That's how people discover the shape of their own hearts, when they say what has to be said. You will have heard, you will continue to hear today, commentators, I'm sure, talking about Zainab as she speaks to the traumatized and to the wavering in society. But there is a third group. And that's the group of people who live on the fringes of what society now regards as significant, as possessing any value. I'm speaking about the elderly. I'm speaking about people among us who have grown frail under the burden of years, but who somehow continue to anoint our lives with their wisdom and with their faith and with the grace of the sacrifices that they've made. Men and women of a certain age whose patience with God and whose patience with themselves must surely challenge us. I know that society thinks it is the young who are models of vision and vigor and imagination, but sacred history thinks differently, because God over and over again chooses men and women who are already advanced in years to help move forward the story of this great divine intervention in our world, senior citizens from whom we can gain so much insight that has been aged and matured. The very fact that one of the central characters on the field of Karbala was a woman who was no longer young must surely consistently
challenge all of those places and all of those situations where elderly women are disregarded or downgraded or sidelined or just not valued as persons. Zainab is incarnate in every grandmother who you know, and in every mother too. Those grandmothers and mothers of our communities whose stories we don't even know. Those invisible women of our communities whose great lifelong battles were not as public as Lady Zainab's battle, but who nonetheless fought against tyranny just as she did, the tyranny of a society that repeatedly marginalizes the elderly, freezes them out, and just ignores their hard-earned dignity. Our communities are not short of widows, elderly women who use an enormous amount of energy trying not to let on how reduced their income is, or how tiny their pensions have grown, or how the inheritance is beginning to dwindle, and how they've been reduced to a certain scarcity in life, how things begin to wear out that can't be replaced, so that they begin to look a little raggedy, how their social life has begun to wither, how they've lost every sign that once they did have a good life, how the children are long grown up, not as happy as their mothers would hope they would be, not as attentive, maybe not as nearby, how the family home has begun to fade and leak and need replacement of things that widows don't understand. To be elderly, to be poor, to be a widow is to be on the edges of society, to be invisible. In fact, in Hebrew, the word for widow means the silent one. There is an hadith that reads, I'm going to try it in Arabic first, that reads, As-sa'i al-armalati wal-miskin kal-mujahid fi sabilillah, aw kalladhi yasumu an-nahar wa yaqumu al-layl. The widow, the one who looks after the widow or the poor person, is like a warrior who fights in the way of God, like a person who fasts the whole day and then stands in prayer the whole night. So I hold before you all the mothers and the grandmothers you've ever known, women of such fierce belief and faith who have held on often with whitened knuckles in the face of everything that is against them. Zainab represents them all. Maybe Zainab challenges us and maybe even indicts us with a voice as fresh as it was when it echoed through the courts of Yazid. It challenges the way we understand what truthfulness is when it becomes radical, telling the truth as it is in the present. Because if Zainab functions as the archetype of defiant resistance against every injustice, then she shows us, as does the whole of Karbala, that truth, no matter how bruised or battered or bloodied it may be, no matter how broken it is, always ends in victory. She forbids us, all of us, ever to forget Karbala. I know that Karbala amongst the Shia has never ever been understood as a once-for-all event. It's always been understood as a place that people inhabit, as an occurrence that people constantly renew. I think that Karbala is an event that sketches out a space for people in which they can live lives that are prolific and constructive and meaningful. God, if you like, has written the word Karbala onto the human heart, written it deeply into people's lives, and their consciousness has used Karbala as the pen by which he's inscribed into humanity the capacity for justice and courage. Lady Zainab reminds us of this and forbids us to forget it. But most of all, let her remind us of those mothers and grandmothers of faith who still live among us, still ready to hope in the values and ideals that a younger generation quite easily discards. I hope that her voice, her presence, will weave themselves into the fabric of everything that is discussed this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Father, for that awesome synopsis of Zainabian spirituality. It is definitely possible to turn feminism, morality, and modesty to glory. Woman is not in the peripherals of history, but at the core of it. And now it's time to have a dialogue about women. Our first moderated discussion is entitled Female Empowerment and Women Leadership, and that's going to be led by Shalina Jan Mohammed. Shalina Jan Mohammed is an award-winning British writer, marketer, and commentator on British Islam and Muslim women. She's the author of 2 books, Love and Headscarf and Generation N, and I think there's another one coming up too. Shalina Jan Mohammed writes widely in the UK press, from The Guardian to The Times and The Daily Telegraph, as well as appearing on television. Her blog, Spirit 21, has won several awards. The Times and the UK Equality and Human Rights Commission have named her one of the UK's 100 most influential Muslim women. Ad Age named her one of Europe's 20 women to watch. Campaign magazine described her as a trailblazer and as a radiating positivity and goodwill. Please welcome Shalina with a loud applause. And I'd like to invite the panelists, Heidi Allen, Gloria De Pirio, Fatima Devji, and Zara Alawi. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you guys hear me at the back? All right, we're going to try that again because this is going to be a bit interactive. So, assalamu alaikum. I mean, that was an incredible framing of the discussion that is going to ensue for the rest of the afternoon, thinking about the questions of social justice, about speaking up, about leadership. And I think what I want to bring forward from what we just heard is this question of the journey that we go on, preparing us for ultimately what our objective is, what we as individuals deliver to society. And that journey is very important because often we think about figures who are great leaders and they feel both inspiring but also very abstract, and it can be hard for us to know how we can emulate that, how we can be somebody who speaks up. What does it feel like to be empowered? Ultimately, how can we as individuals make a change in the environments around us? And we've heard a lot about Husayn. We've heard an incredibly moving, passionate, inspiring, energizing directive about Zainab that hopefully when we step out of this room we'll take into our lives. But I also want to talk about what does it feel like as ordinary people to be able to step out and speak up. And one of the things I was thinking about this morning is that we are in the great city of Birmingham, and one of the things you might not know is that in 1965, in February, so just a few weeks earlier than where we are now, there was actually a historic visit by Malcolm X to Birmingham. And actually this had been long forgotten until some footage was uncovered a few years ago. And it was one of his few visits to the UK, and he had been invited by the Muslim community to come and see what it was like in Britain. And he had come to Birmingham to see what had been happening in Smethwick in the riots and the hotbed of racism prior to that. And I think it's worth also thinking about him as a leader, as somebody who also went on a journey, who made a lot of mistakes, who admits that he was developing his learning, his thinking, his knowledge, but whose autobiography and whose life about how you speak up that radical truth that we heard about can inspire all of us. And so I'm very lucky to have an absolutely incredible panel to discuss all of this with. And what I'm going to ask for their help to do, and your help as well, is to understand what does it feel like to speak up, so that when we are trying to speak up, we can recognize the journey that we are on, we can navigate the obstacles, and we can try and anticipate them in advance, so that if we do want to become leaders, we know how to do that. And there's 2 little comments I'm going to put into your thinking before we start talking to them, and I'm not going to talk a lot, they're going to tell their incredible stories. is the first thing is, what do I mean by empowerment, by speaking up? And speaking up doesn't mean that you need to stand on this incredible platform, which is in an amazing hall and a fantastic venue. Speaking up can mean just talking to the person next to you and putting an opinion into their minds that perhaps they hadn't considered before. And it certainly feels like, whether we're talking about Malcolm X, whether we're talking about the tumultuous times of Lady Zainab, or actually the world that we live in today, it can feel sometimes disheartening. We can feel disillusioned. We can feel like, does my opinion, does my speaking up really make a difference? And it does, and that's what we're going to hear from our panel today. So that's what I mean by speaking up. It's about speaking to every single person around you, and if you have a platform, having that. The other thing I'm going to do, which is a little bit naughty, I'm sorry to the organisers, but I'm the chair, so I get a little bit of privilege to use to my favour, is that actually what I want us to take from this discussion is that this is about leadership. It happens that my panel are 4 amazing women, but this is about leadership for everybody, because sometimes we labour under this misunderstanding that women are only role models for women and women can only be leaders for other women. And if there's anything that we take from this incredible opening speech that we had, is that leaders are for everybody, and we can learn from men and women, for all of us, to take forward in how to be those leaders. So we might talk a little bit about some of the specific barriers that women face, and it's important that we do, but everyone in this room should take away from our incredible panelists the journeys that they've had about speaking up and leadership. Now, I feel like I talked a lot, so that's kind of the end from me for now, but I'm going to introduce my incredible panel. And you'll forgive me if I take a couple of minutes to really give them their due in their bio, because they have been on some amazing journeys, and I want you to know what those are. So to my immediate left, we have Gloria Di Piero. Gloria was a political journalist for 15 years, working for the BBC and then ITV's breakfast programme, GMTV. She interviewed most senior politicians during that time, including Prime Ministers Tony Blair, Gordon Brown, and David Cameron, who was then the leader of the opposition. She was elected as the Labour MP for Ashfield in Nottinghamshire in 2010, but did not stand for re-election in 2019. And she spent most of her time as an MP on Labour's front bench and in the shadow cabinet. She was the Labour spokesperson for Women and Equalities from 2014 to 2017. Having stepped down from her role as MP, she's now planning on returning to her broadcast career, and this year she is the judge for the Orwell Prize for Political Journalism, and she's a newly appointed non-exec director for the British Board of Film Classification. Next to Gloria, we have Zahra. They're setting a big precedent with that round of applause of what's to come. We have Zahra Al-Alawi, who graduated from a media and television degree at the University of Hertfordshire in England. As well as being personally tutored by Islamic scholars and lecturers, she has been presenting and delivering Islamic lectures globally for over 14 years around the UK, Canada, Norway, Sweden, Dar es Salaam, Iraq, Bahrain, and Kuwait. There's quite a long list. Her TV show is called Woman's View on Sky 831. She's broadcasted over 300 episodes, which has covered an incredible number of issues and included so many women. Zahra has appeared on British media channels such as the BBC, ITV3, Channel 4, and speaks about Islamic issues, and has been quoted in papers like The Telegraph and The Independent. She has also met with the Prime Minister in 2016 at 10 Downing Street, where she was invited to speak about the achievements of British Muslim women. This is Zahra Al-Alawi. Sitting next to Zahra, we have Fatima Deoji. Fatima is recognised as one of Africa's most influential women and author of Marketing for an African Powerhouse and Storyteller, Build a Story for Your Brand. Fatima grew up in Tanzania and went to Georgetown University for her undergraduate studies in finance and management. In 2010, she started working for Metel, Muhammad Enterprises Tanzania Limited, one of the largest business houses in Africa. She founded the marketing department there and established its umbrella brand MO, which is now one of the most well-known brands in Africa. She also, amidst all these other things she's doing, conducts a series of seminars and videos on the topics of leadership and marketing. This is Fatima. And last but not least, we have Heidi Allen, who was an MP for South Cambridgeshire in 2015 and again in 2017. excuse me, prior to running her own manufacturing business, she worked in operations in the private sector for organisations such as ExxonMobil and the Royal Mail. She began her political career as a Conservative and was a lead campaigner on the government benches and at the heart of the funding and structural improvements for universal credit prior to resigning the Conservative whip to sit as an independent in February 2019. And then she went on to become part of the group who formed Change UK in March. Excuse me for my cough. She visited refugee camps in Lesbos and Calais, and she was instrumental in the government agreeing to take in more child refugees after being displaced from Syria. So can I have one final round of applause? So I've asked the panel to be as open and honest and intimate as they feel comfortable doing, because I really want to understand what it feels like to be somebody in the public eye and to speak up. So the same question to all of you to start with, and Gloria, as you're sitting next to me, you've drawn the short straw to go first. I think it can be quite easy for people to see someone in the public space and feel like they were formed and ready to talk publicly and take a stand, thank you. But actually, I'm wondering, was there a moment where you had been inspired, you felt passionate about speaking up, but didn't realise it until you woke up one morning and said, oh my goodness, I'm speaking up? What was that moment and what did it feel like?
Thank you for having me, by the way. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon in the city, actually, where I went to university. I feel, can you hear me okay? Yeah. I feel every time I think about my life, and even the fact that I'm sat here now and talking to you, I actually can't believe that I've achieved any of these things. And the reason why is because when people say to me, you should inspire people, you should write about your journey, and I think, well, no, because the statistics actually show that the chances of me, a woman, a girl who grew up in child poverty in a workless household, getting into journalism, well, that's sort of 70% sort of male and, you know, posh, private school. My own party, the Labour Party, you know, 'cause frankly, is going backwards in terms of working class representation. And so I found getting here quite, not here, but doing the things that I've done, quite a difficult journey, because I didn't feel like this life was meant for me. So in terms of moments, so today we won't just talk about gender, but class is a part of, and the battle for sort of working class equality, which hardly ever features in our diversity debate, weirdly, is part of me and part of my story. And so I've spent most of that journey there thinking people are better than me, cleverer than me, and thinking, hang on a minute on that moment, hang on, you are maybe more lucid than me, but actually the content's not that great. And these sort of moments of realisation are really quite empowering. And I remember when I was a journalist, and I was ready to leave breakfast television, because frankly, getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning can start to get to you. But I went to talk to BBC, the BBC News channel as it was then, News 24 as it was then. I didn't really want to work there, but I was having lots of chats. And the woman who was talking to me, she said, well, you know, you're very qualified, but you are not from an underrepresented demographic. To which I said, well, how many people who grew up on free school meals in Bradford do you have on your news channel? And she looked really embarrassed. Now, would I have said that if I'd wanted the job? I'm not sure, I've got to be honest. But you know, but I just felt like, because I didn't want it, she had to think, I wanted her to think about what she was saying. How do you know I'm not from an underrepresented demographic? And it was so that moment, I guess if there is a single moment, as I say there have been many, but that moment I did feel like, well, that told you. and I thought she needed to be told.
I feel like you're going to get a round of applause for that. Oh, there's going to be a lot of applause this afternoon. I want to return to that a little bit later. There were two really interesting things you pulled out there. One was realising that somebody is basing a judgment on an assumption, and actually it can take time sometimes to work out what the assumption is. So I think we should come back to that. And it sounded almost like you said it because you had nothing to lose. And that's quite empowering too. So let's come back to those later in the discussion. Zahra, what was that day in your journey where you thought, oh my God, I'm speaking up, and what did it feel like?
Well, first of all, I would like to say peace be upon you all. I give you the Muslim greeting of Assalamu alaikum. Alaikum salam. So first of all, I would like to express my absolute pleasure in sharing a platform and a panel with such inspirational women. I did have a sneaky search online and read about your journeys. And it's amazing because when we talk about female leadership, we are all so different. Our journeys are so different, but it's so motivating. And I think that is crucial in seeing everyone's journey and how motivating and inspirational each individual journey is. Talking about speaking up, I want to take you way back when I was much younger. And I remember being in school, and this is maybe 20 years ago, so I've been lecturing about 16 years, and I'm more into religious lecturing, just for the audience that haven't seen any of my shows or my speeches. I'm more in the religious institutes of lecturing, and have been presenting, I would say, regularly on TV for the past 10 years. So taking you back 20 years ago, let's say, I remember being in school, and back then, now schools are very secular. Back then, I think there was a lot of religious influence in school, although I went to a public school. So the school had organized a session where they had different religious speakers coming in, from Christianity, from Judaism, from Islam. And all the religious speakers that had come in were men. And I remember being a very young girl, and I looked up to them, and then they said, do you have any questions? And I remember very clearly this moment where I looked up to them and I said, well, how come there isn't any women speaking up in the panel? And they had organized this for a week, so there was religious speakers, and then each individual from the religion of Islam, from the religion of Christianity, and from the religion of Judaism, for example, the priest suggested that, well, he didn't say, but he suggested that the position of women in church isn't that prominent, and then the religion of Islam said the same thing about female leaders in Islam, and the same thing with the other religions. And I always thought, why cannot we have female leaders in religion and representing religion? So that was number one. And I've always had a passion of speaking. I come from a family where there's a lot of female lecturers. I mean, not female lecturers, religious lecturers, and obviously majority of them are men. And I always thought, why can I not speak? Why can I not represent the religion? And the more I grew up, the more I researched, and the more that I looked into the history books, I saw that this idea was all culture. This is the idea that even sometimes people had come up to me and said, you know, Zahra, the best place for a woman is to be at home, raising the children. You know, it's not very appropriate for you to go out and speak and people to look at you. And then the more I looked at the history book, the more I saw that this was culture, this was society's ideas. And Islam, when you look at Islamic history, you see that there was some very, very strong female presence in Islamic history that built Islam, and if it wasn't for those women, Islam would not be here today. So you could say Islam was built on the back of women.
Most things are.
Huh?
Most things usually are.
Most things are, definitely. Speaking about Lady Zainab, and I'm not just speaking about Lady Zainab because this is a conference on Lady Zainab. In fact, even when I was pregnant and I found out my first daughter was a girl, I was like, her name will be Zainab, because Zainab has had such Lady Zainab has had such a influence in my life. And Father Claresi, thank you so much for that speech. It was amazing. It was like a script from my head. I was like, I agree. So thank you so much. Lady Zainab was, so when we talk about the first time of speaking up, when I read about Lady Zainab, how she spoke up and how she was so eloquent, she reached the peak of eloquence, I then thought, we as women can reach that position. We as women, our voices are so powerful. A female voice is so powerful. And that was the moment when I said, I will speak up. If I have the passion of speaking up, if religion is my passion, I will speak up. In fact, my children go to a Catholic school. My older sons, they go to a Catholic school, and you see that the Mary's position in Christianity. In Islam, you see that if it wasn't for Lady Fatima, then the lineage of the Imams would have not continued. So it was through her that we have. So you see that females always were powerful. So that's when I spoke. That's when I felt it. Also, I think it was after September the 11th, more so. because of Islamophobia and the representation of Muslim women. If someone dressed like me, and I have had comments, more recently I traveled to Sweden where there was a physical protest. About 30 people turned up, just shouting our names outside. The Swedish police were called. And it was a conference on hijab. I just went to speak about my story on hijab, and then I got all these threats online and attacks because of hijab. So Islamophobia, I said, if media is going to present women that dress like me and behave like, believe, who are Muslims in a certain way, then we need to reclaim the media. We need to reclaim the narrative and show the world what Islam is really about. So that's when I spoke up, and I hope that we are able to give a positive look on Islam.
And I think we're going to come back and talk a little bit about,
Definitely.
the obstacles, particularly the obstacles that face women.
Definitely.
I just want to ask you a very short question, just to kind of get a sense of the emotion. When you were talking about yourself in the school as a young schoolgirl, and you've got 4 male religious leaders, you're only a student, you're not the school organizer. When you decided to speak up, just in a couple of words, how did you feel? What was the feeling you had? Were you frightened? Were you excited? What was the feeling about speaking up?
I think I've always felt empowered when I speak. When I speak up and I say my opinion, I feel a sense of empowerment and a strength. I cannot explain it.
So you draw a kind of strength from speaking up.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wonderful. Fatima, where was that moment you woke up one day and realized that you were speaking up, and how did you feel?
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to do the formalities because I flew in from Tanzania and I've had just such a warm welcome here. So thank you so much to everybody. I really appreciate it. Again, in front of such incredible women, and so such a pleasure. So I've always gone against the grain, and I'm going to touch a little bit on what Zara said, which is that there's a lot of culture that was in religion. So I grew up playing golf competitively. I grew up a businesswoman, an author, fitness enthusiast, basically breaking every stereotype out there, and I think that, those were speaking up, but then most recently I had a TED Talk, and I spoke about 3 stories that I've gone through in the last 3 years, very painful stories, and finding purpose behind pain. And I think that for the first time, I felt that it was something authentic, and that I was truly connecting with people, because it was the first time that I felt vulnerable, but at the same time so empowered. And the reason I say this, and I want to talk about speaking up with intention. I think that, just like Father said about how Bibi Zainab went through so much pain, right? But look at the way she conducted herself when she spoke. It was, and I talk a lot about leadership. I give a lot of, I have a lot of seminars on leadership. This is a woman 1,400 years ago who's using leadership styles talked about today, okay? She was speaking with an assertive voice. Okay, it was not aggressive. It was with poise and respect, right? And that is why she was able to get her voice across, and people were willing to listen. When you're aggressive and you're emotional, okay, which is fine, you can be emotional, but when you're aggressive and your emotions take a hold of you, people stop listening. And I've noticed this because I work in a company with 28,000 employees. Around me, maybe 100, 150 people in my team alone. And I realized when you get angry and you get aggressive, people don't want to listen, right? So take that time to reflect. And so in my TED Talk, this is 3 years of painful, one trauma after another. But I realized that if I really wanted people to listen and to get my point across, that I needed to speak with intention, and then talk about what lessons I learned and what actionable steps people could take to sort of go through adversity in their life, or pain or failure, right?
And that's quite interesting, thinking about the process of self-reflection, and also how to evaluate the impact that you're having on your audience. It's a two-way process, right?
Yeah. And you see when you want to know a good leader, you open up their diary, Okay, and I'm sorry, I'm taking a lot from the business perspective because that's my sort of forte. But you look at their diary and you see if there's one meeting after another meeting after another meeting, they're not leaving any room for reflection. There's a problem there, right? People who just keep talking and don't want to take the time to reflect, there's an issue, right? So again, such beauty in the way Lady Zainab conducted herself. And again, why people went to listen. 40 days of going from Karbala to Damascus. It was 40 days of pain. You're already in so much trauma. Then you get there, and then Yazid is decorating his palace, makes you wait outside for 3 days. Any human being would be riled up. Any human being would be in so much pain, and then you want to be angry. You want to get that across.
I think that connection that you've drawn between her and your own moment of revelation of speaking with intention, I think is very, very powerful.
Thank you.
Heidi, sorry to ask you the same question again, but that's how these formats work. You've been in the public eye a long time. You've done lots of things that people will have strong feelings about. But when you're thinking about yourself, what was that moment where you thought, I'm actually out there and I'm talking and I could be making a change? And how does that feel?
First and foremost, what I found has tickled me is hearing Gloria speak, because I think I blagged my way into Parliament too. And isn't it interesting? I bet there's more of us than we admit, because politicians typically do too much talking and not enough reflecting, I think. So I got into politics almost by accident. Oh, hi, I don't see you down there. And so it's just nice to see old friends, because when you're not in Parliament anymore, you don't see people for a long time. Saida. It was by accident. For me, it was anger, actually, because I was shouting at the TV. I mean, which is a warning sign for many of you, I'm sure. This is how it begins. Shouting at the TV during the Tottenham riots, which you'll perhaps remember back in 2011, literally my country on the news, night after night, was unrecognisable to me. And it was like Lord Kitchener pointing out at the TV, your country needs you, you need to do something. But I think the first time I really felt that I had to speak up, so getting into politics was almost by accident. And I have to tell you, when I got there, because I knew so little about it, I was bitterly disappointed. I got to Westminster, and all I could see and hear day after day was, on all sides of the House, MPs reading from scripts, saying things that were helpful to their party, being given bits of paper, oh, if you could just say this, that would be really helpful. And I thought, what is the point? All these people elected to represent their communities, not thinking for themselves and being told what to say. And from the May 15, when I was elected, right the way through till October, I hadn't made my maiden speech. And you'll know that there's a tradition as a new MP. You cut your teeth, you make your maiden speech, and typically you talk about your constituency, how wonderful your predecessor was. And yeah, all of that was true, but I thought, what a waste. And I finally, in the October, had something to say. And it was the time when George Osborne, the Chancellor, my Chancellor, because I was still in the Conservative Party, was about to cut tax credits for millions of families around the country before the national minimum wage had been increased and before the income tax threshold had changed. And that would have meant taking significant amounts of money away from very, very vulnerable families. And that was wrong. And it needed saying. So the great thing about your maiden speech is nobody can interrupt you.
It's a good tip if you want to say really something, get it out there.
And what I hadn't understood was quite the scale of the impact in the media if you say something unconventional in your maiden speech. But let's put it this way, in the following autumn statement, he took out the cuts to tax credits. So sometimes you just have to say the thing that needs saying. And I had been saying nothing for 5 months, literally nothing. But then that was my moment.
And did you anticipate, and I'm going to start with Heidi, but actually a question to the whole panel, did you anticipate the fact that you were taking a big risk? You were doing something that wasn't convention. Did you anticipate that there might be coverage and discussion of what you said, or did you just do it because you felt you had to do it? What was your thinking behind doing that? I
did it completely because I felt I had to do it. I very naively, because often with maiden speeches there's nobody in the chamber, and you think you're just in that little room with the green seats, and you forget that the national media watch everything you're doing. So I was completely unprepared for how the media picked it up. In fact, it was my husband when he picked me up on the train that evening and said, Heidi, have you seen the news? And I'm like, no, why? And it literally was wall-to-wall coverage everywhere. It was risky, but you balance the risk, don't you? Had I become an MP to climb that greasy pole and be promoted as fast as I possibly could? No. Had I become an MP to help improve the lives of people who were vulnerable or disadvantaged? Yes. So there's no risk then, is there?
And if you had... I told you guys there would be a lot of applause. I knew this would happen. I mean, all of you have taken risks in the work that you have done, in the way that you're speaking out. Do you think about the risk that might be awaiting you, or do you only realise it in hindsight? Gloria, I mean, you talked a little bit about it. I don't know if there are other big risks you've taken.
Well, I was interested, sorry, because Heidi and I have had some similar experiences, although we were in different parties. So, well, I'll tell you, so when I got into Parliament, I also wasn't, it's interesting actually, the sort of not being bothered about climbing the greasy pole. I wasn't interested in that either. But there's a weird psychology as well when everybody else is doing it, you're like, well, you know, like if you have a boyfriend and then you don't really want to go out with them, but then they start dating somebody else and you're like, But it's sort of, but that wasn't what motivated me to become a member of Parliament. It was to serve my community. So I had been on television before I went into Parliament. And so obviously my party HQ kept wanting me to go on these general panel TV programmes, your question times, your any questions. So what happens is really interesting, and I couldn't, I don't know if this is risk, but this is where I realised I could not do this. So I went in for my question time briefing, and the Labour Party, some very lovely, clever people in the Labour Party, talk to you about the issues that might come up, and as if you can open my head, pour some information in, and then when I'm asked that question, that will come out that evening. Oh, and they give you a 70-page document to memorise as well. So I did question time, and I wasn't very good, funnily enough. Because some people can do that, by the way. Some people can do that, pour information in head, and it will come out beautifully, and they'll remember what was on page 25 of that briefing document, and it comes to them. I could not do that. Now, I didn't screw up, because I was just really boring, because I was thinking, what was on page 22? What am I supposed to say to this question? And funny enough, if you're trying to remember what's on page 22, then you're not very passionate or interesting. So was that a risk? Well, I don't know if it was a risk, but I decided then that if that is what is I couldn't do that. I will go on television if my constituent has taught me something or if I feel passionate about a cause, but I could not do those general panel programmes. And it probably hurt my career a bit, but it was worth saying no to that to avoid looking like a robot on national television every week. So I don't know if that, but I think I suppose if there's a lesson to that, it's important to acknowledge what we're not good at either. I don't think it's particularly bad that I couldn't be a robot. Do you think it was good that you took the risk, even if in your mind it didn't pay off? Well, I think the risk, bizarrely, was deciding not to do that it wasn't worth compromising myself to have to remember a lot of lines. And actually, there were other people that were better at remembering those lines than me, so let them do that. So the risk was perversely not doing that. So
I think two of the things that I'm taking away from that, and feel free to jump in, is I think sometimes when you're as you were saying, of a particular underrepresented background, you feel a responsibility on your shoulders to know everything,
massive,
to answer everything, and to be able to deal with everything. And I don't know what other people on the panel think, but that's just not possible. But it feels like there's a burden to do that. I mean, Zahra's nodding, and I wonder in your work if, on the one hand, you're expected to know everything about politics and extremism and feminism and deal with people from a wider society who might be judging you one way for being dressed as you are, and also, and to put it very bluntly, Muslim communities who might also be judging you. How do you deal with this pressure of having to be everything to everyone, or do you have to be?
I think just mirroring as a reflection of what you said, we're also a minority of a minority. So the pressure of speaking out and representing is very vital. And the challenges is, number one, these are the challenges that I have faced. Number one is from Islamophobes. Islamophobia is very real, and I think it should be addressed and talked about. Number two, and quite surprisingly, the majority of attacks that I have had is from feminists or feminist groups. And it's quite ironic because they say, well, the way you dress, or if you talk about hijab, then you are supporting oppression on women because there are some women that are oppressed. But then I say, but if you want to liberate or help a group of women, why are you oppressing another group of women? I can dress the way I want, and everyone has the freedom to dress the way they want. And that is the freedom of choice. So when we talk about women have the freedom of choice to dress how they want, every female should have that freedom to choose. But when we choose to dress like this, then you have the feminists saying that you are helping or supporting oppression around the world. Well, in fact, much of my line of work is traveling to different countries and helping the women that are oppressed. But that's number two. And number three, like you said, from the community, there are some, until now, that there are some individuals that feel that we shouldn't be out there representing the religion. So those are the three challenges, and I think it's more of a duty, like when you spoke about minorities or different backgrounds, more about a duty to represent and stand up and speak, and I think that is vital.
Fatima, I mean, you set up one of the biggest brands in Africa, and you have founded a whole new department, you've created all these seminars, and you're talking about leadership, but do you sometimes feel like the person you are inside you is different from the way that other people see you? And how do you deal with the fact that these two are different things? Heidi's kind of nodding in the back as well. I'm wondering if being on the front pages of the newspapers and who you are inside.
That's somebody else. That's not me.
How do you deal with that dissonance between what you're trying to achieve and what other people are saying about you?
So I think one story comes to mind. I remember I had 15 interns from Harvard University who were coming to work with me for 3 months. So initially we were liaising over email, so they have no idea what I look like. And no idea about anything except for what we're talking about over email. And then they walk into my office and they're like, we're looking for Fatima. And I'm like, hey, hi, how are you? I'm Fatima. You should have seen their faces. They were just like, what? Oh my God, we're gonna have to deal with her. And I could sort of draw that, from, and the thing is that when you go through all these obstacles growing up, golf is one of those things that I've been playing since I was 6 competitively. Mental toughness, it's a good thing, and it's also a social sport, so you get to really know people, understand people, and so I just I don't get upset, I sat down and I started talking, and I know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about business or marketing. These are my subject lines, and 15 minutes later, they forget about everything else, right? You see, I think sometimes it's okay that people, because of whatever their backgrounds or whatever's in the news, it's your encounter with them that matters, right? People talk about changing the world. Change your circle, right? Change the way you connect with people. Change the way you speak to people. And you'll see what a huge difference it's gonna make. And I've seen what a huge difference it makes in my line of work. Sometimes, I get just yesterday, a lot of random, very weird questions coming my way. But how do you deal with it in that situation? The emotional intelligence, right? All that matters. So I think that plays a huge role.
And that's part of the art of speaking up, isn't it? Is to not be distracted by all the random questions that come your way, but to stick to what's important to you.
And also, and for whatever reason, because I think I grew up, and I want to talk a little bit about culture, okay? I grew up in a society where culturally, being a golfer, being a businesswoman, all these things are just like, what are you doing? This is very strange to people, right? But I also grew up with a father who said, I don't care. I remember when I was 6 years old, I started playing golf, right? And what would happen is I'd come back home from school and go to the golf course, come back, do my homework, and I had a net. And I'd hit 200 golf balls every single night. And this was every single day, right? Like no breaks. So I go to my dad one day and I'm like, what are you doing to me? I'm like, I'm a woman, like I'm a girl, what are you doing? Because my brothers had the same schedule, right? And he's like, I don't care. I don't care if you're a girl. And so I grew up with that mentality that, you know, it doesn't matter, it doesn't stop you from anything, right? And I've had a lot of obstacles playing competitively because there's very few female golfers from where I am from, playing in a very male-dominated sport, but you just have to change your attitude, right? I think sometimes.
I think we owe your father a debt of gratitude. But there is a wider important lesson, which is that in the success of women, there is a partnership from men and vice versa,
and
of course.
Parents, and I really want to talk about that later, the significance of how you raise your children, not just your girls, but your boys. It's so important, the way you speak to them, the way you know, sort of what you want from them. These things are so important, you know, because if you don't respect them at home, they're going to try and get attention and love from outside, and then it's all the wrong stuff, right? So.
Now, Heidi left us hanging with this incredible facial expression when I said, is it different when they put you on the front page versus how it feels inside? And actually, I wonder if one of the great cruxes of speaking up and leadership is the fact that you have a motivation and a goal and emotions, we're human beings, but what people do to you in your public image, I was talking about Malcolm X earlier, can be wildly different. And I just wondered if you could talk a little bit about the feeling of being misrepresented, but how you continue on that leadership journey.
I think probably because I had a relatively short career in politics, and from the beginning set myself out as not career climbing and very independently minded. It was because I always said what I thought. It was difficult for the media to represent me. But have I had occasions where, I'm sure Gloria's had it as well, all of us may have had it at some time, really nasty hate mail and death threats. And I've had people sent to prison because of things they've said to me or threatened to do to me. So perhaps not so much misrepresented, but hated for whatever reason. And it's really hard because you are just Heidi. You are just the person that my husband, my family know, my friends know. And the advice I would give is, I used to have an email folder just with all the great emails in it. And when I got thank yous or lovely messages or a card that somebody sent me, I would keep them. And when I was having a really bad day, I just found out that somebody who lived 200 yards from me had posted the address of my house on social media and shared it with hard right-wing, yellow jacket Brexit fanatics, you turn to those folders and you remind yourself that, as is always the case in life, there are so many more good people out there who appreciate you're not perfect, you're getting things wrong, but you're trying. And think of yourself as a Duracell bunny. Your batteries will wind down, but you top them back up again by remembering all the good stuff. And that's so important because none of us are perfect and we get things wrong. And because we get things wrong, that's how we get better and that's how we improve. So it's a vital part of life.
Now, Gloria, we should just have one long applause for this panel. Gloria, you were, if you want, you were nodding as Heidi was saying that. How do you feel about that difference in who you are and what people say about you?
I mean, actually, I think we are going to have to do something about the way we debate and discuss in this country, because and this has only happened very, very recently, but it feels like a long time ago that people had a discussion and then said, oh, I don't think I agree with that, but, take your point. Now, where did that end? And when was that replaced by finger jabbing and you're wrong? But these are my opinions, and they've got to be respected just as I would respect anybody else's opinions. So I think when it got particularly bad for me personally, and was during and sorry to those who love Jeremy Corbyn, I don't have a problem with him personally, but I thought this man is not going to become Prime Minister, and I love this party, and I want this party to be in government. So I resigned from the shadow cabinet. Oh my goodness. The hate. People telling me that I wasn't Labour. Like that's attacking your soul. Like, by the way, people who just joined the flipping Labour Party when I'd been a member of it since I was a teenager. It's very, very difficult. And actually, you're right, when people say nice things, it's like, oh God, that is nice. But actually, I think we've got to go much further than this and just change the way that this debate the way that we debate has turned very, very ugly in recent years. And it's got to stop. And we all have to go out there and try and do our bit to make it stop, I think.
And, right, well, I did say at the beginning that this was about leadership with people who happen to be women. So, but I do feel it's important that we need to address the fact that women do face specific challenges in speaking out, in being public figures. Are there any challenges that you would want to talk about in the way that the people you're trying to influence react to you because you're a woman? Are there stereotypes they throw at you? Are there particular words? I mean, we had emotional kind of come up a little bit earlier. Zahra, is there anything in particular you feel as a woman people are throwing at you to stop you from speaking up?
Definitely. I think before I joined Ahl Bayt TV, which is a religious channel 10 years ago, I'd done a few placements in the BBC and ITV. And as a very young woman, I remember a man came up to me and he said, Zara, if you want to go into mainstream media or to advance your media career, use your sexuality as an advancement. Meaning that women should look and behave a certain way, and if you wear black garments, you're not going to get far in mainstream media. And I think sometimes that is the idea that we have, that if women enter media or women enter mainstream media, they need to look a certain way, and that's one of the challenges. Number two, I think, is that sometimes I feel, and that's my personal experience, I feel that sometimes mainstream media have a specific agenda when they want to get a woman on TV that looks like me. I'll give you a few examples. So when they have news bullets, they have the VTs, the news VTs that they put within the news channels. I remember Channel 5 had called me because it was during the time when the burqa ban was happening. And before they invite you on or they film you, they give you a cold call beforehand saying, just asking you a couple of questions, seeing what's your views. And I remember they were saying, what's your views on the burqa? Should people wear the niqab? Should this? And then I was giving them very normal answers and saying, everyone should have the freedom to wear what they want. And before I said that, they were very adamant. I had just given birth to my second child. So I said, I just gave birth 2 weeks ago. And they said, oh, don't worry, it'll be a quick, we'll get you a taxi to come and film you. And I said, I think it was quite difficult. I had just given birth. And they said, okay, we'll bring a cameraman home to film you. So they were very adamant in filming. And then they asked the questions. They say, what's your views on the niqab? What's your views on hijab? And I gave them probably not the answers that they wanted. And they said, okay, we'll call you back. And then they called me back and they said, it seems like we're not going to go ahead with that news story, which is quite obvious what they were doing. And also another experience is I filmed a segment for Channel 4 and they said, talk about hijab. They filmed me for 30 minutes, okay, asking me so many questions. It was cut down to 1 minute. And what they made me seem like I was saying, was extreme to some degree. And so now, when mainstream channels, I mean, I'm sure when they call one person, they put you on a database, and then they keep calling you when they have a topic relating to hijab. But as a woman, especially a woman that wears the headscarf, I think there is a stereotype out there. And when I seem to work with mainstream media, it seems they would only get me on to speak on specific questions and to portray me in a certain way as hijab and Muslim woman. So now I only do live when I go on mainstream. I don't do any pre-recorded, just being afraid that there may be a misrepresentation in what I say and make me sound extreme. So that is the challenges that I have faced.
I think it's very interesting you're talking there about how when you're trying to bring a new truth into the public discussion, people can push back in ways that aren't obvious. People don't just say, we don't agree with what you're saying, you can't say that. And it can take time and experience to be able to decode the way that people are pushing back, and Heidi and Gloria and Fatima are nodding, because I think that seems to be a real challenge, and when you're trying to speak up and make a change, is realising that it's not just a polite reason that they gave you, there's something deeper beneath that, and it sounds like experience is the way that you deal with that, and actually you do make mistakes, you make wrong choices, and that's okay to make wrong choices and not beat yourself up about it. Gloria, are there any particular obstacles that you've encountered, or the way people talk about you or to you, that you feel are because you're a woman?
I mean, the fact is that as long as women are underrepresented in so many areas of life, we are going to be interesting. Like, what we wear is going to be interesting. Or just because we're odd, actually, in most areas of life. So actually what we need to do is we need to change that, and the best way to do that is to constantly, as women who have achieved whatever success we have achieved, to hold your hands out to other women and bring them up and reinforce them, because it's not our world. It should be our world. We know it should be our world, but always hold your hand out and bring those women up with you and make them feel good about themselves. And that, at least we can feel that we're doing something positive rather than complaining. We just need to change the world, really, don't we?
Yeah. Fatima, if in your line of work, are there any particular obstacles you faced as a woman, and how have you dealt with those? Specifically kind of for being female rather than just trying to create change.
Well, I think in every step that I take, people have something to say. I think that I remember I started an empowerment initiative where I put 50 women in the limelight. I would interview over 50 women, and each of them would share their stories, right, of their challenges, their adversities, and these were women in Tanzania, so that other people could resonate with their stories and sort of take some lessons that could empower them, right? Just like you said, that it's so important that it's like handing a hand to another woman. So one story comes to mind of a woman called Rose, and she, and in Tanzania and a lot of developing countries, what happens is when you have widows, they're kind of thrown out of their families with their children because, you know, it's just the culture, right? And so a lot of these widows, they don't have, you know, like they're not self-reliant. So they're on the streets now. They have nothing to do. And so this one woman, and she comes to mind because I think it's just amazing what she did. She came up with this initiative where she created an association, and she was teaching skills to other widow women and creating a support network, right? So that they could be self-reliant, so that they could educate their kids, right? And throughout this process of me doing these interviews, whether it was this or whether it's with my business work, it's always like, what are you doing? This is kind of not our culture. You know, what? I go to bed asking myself two things. Am I pushing the human race forward? And am I a better person than I was yesterday? Other than that, I really think that, you know, it's my personal journey, and that's what matters. So.
One of the things that I'm a little bit loath to ask you, but I'm going to ask anyway, because it seems to be a very typical question to ask women, is about how do you balance your careers and your families? But before I ask you that, I'm going to caveat it, because it seems to me that people are very overly worried about women balancing, and behind the scenes as a working mum of two, I can tell you balance is just like a dream. Because actually, we would never ask a panel of men, how do you balance being a parent and having a family and having a public career? But the reason I am going to ask it is partly for us to bring into the open the fact that there are challenges to being a parent or having a family or people that you care for, and they seem to be disproportionately on women. So I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about your own experiences, or perhaps just what the public space can do to better accommodate working mothers or parents or people who have caring responsibilities, because much as I want to say we shouldn't be talking to women about that, the reality is some of those challenges exist. Heidi?
So I don't have children, but I never forget being in Parliament, that there could be a very late vote on a Monday night, it's 10 o'clock, you're still waiting, and seeing the very sad picture of a female MP sat in Portcullis House with their iPad, Skyping their kids wherever they are. And it's one heck of a sacrifice. But I think, it is, people are talking about it. How do you manage that work-life balance? And hey, if we're going to be the example, whether we like it or not, let's use that example to say, well, let's bring modern working into the foreground, because it helps everybody, actually. The internet, IT, digital skills, digital platforms make it easier for people to work flexibly. The modern world is 24/7. So if women are the trailblazers, saying, yes, we can balance, we can do lots of things, let's use that as an example to say other people would benefit from working in that way. Mental health is a massive issue. The pressure of people having long hours, long jobs, long commutes. This can be something that we can embrace and be useful for everybody. But we need to stop labelling it as just an issue that women have. It's an issue that everybody has, who has people they're caring for, a long commute, a difficult job. And if we can just lose those labels of needing to accommodate for women, because it's something actually that's helpful for everybody.
Zahra, do you want to add anything?
So I'm a mother of 3 children. I have 2 sons and a daughter, and I think sometimes when people, like Heidi said, it is a generic, it's a topic, and the balance of house, balancing your home life and your private life and work is something that both men and women go through. I personally haven't slept for 3 days. My dad is in a difficult condition in hospital. He fell 3 days ago. So I've been balancing going to hospital. I have a 1-year-old daughter, so not sleeping at night. I've probably slept 2 or 3 hours for the past 3 nights, but it's pushing through. But also more specifically to women, I think we underappreciate the struggle that women go through between balancing children, housework. My household is a family of 5. So balancing the house, the kids, and then work. I work full time, and then I give lectures on the side. So balancing all that can be difficult. I was pregnant 4 times. I had a miscarriage, and while I had that miscarriage, I had a documentary that I was editing, and it was coming towards a deadline. So I was on the computer. I was not sleeping. I can't say that miscarriage was because of the work, but I had a miscarriage while working. So sometimes we do go through a lot of pressures, and also adjusting. So I remember there was a conference in the Houses of Lords, where they'd done the Lady Fatima conference in the Houses of Parliament, and I had a speech and I had to go there. And then last minute, my childcare pulled out, and I had 1 son at that time, and a quite active son, and I said, how am I going to go to Houses of Parliament with a son and give a speech, and I've got this boy? So then last minute, I managed to get someone to come with me, and then they sat outside, and I went in and gave a speech. So sometimes the juggling, we don't appreciate how women juggle. We have an extreme talent, women have. I'm sorry, men, that I think women have, that we are able to juggle. I can hold my daughter, cook, speak to my son there, and be on the phone at the same time. And I think we have an extreme talent of juggling everything at the same time that we do not appreciate. So everyone here, appreciate the women and the wives that you have, and the women that you have in your life, because we go through extreme struggle to just do what we do.
It feels like the coded message in there is men too can learn to juggle. But there is a more serious point, which actually, when we're thinking about what it looks like to be a leader, and we imagine that leaders are on pedestals and they're entirely consumed by their leadership journey and bringing justice and truth to the world. Actually, for most people who are in the public space, they're busy living lives that can be very difficult and very challenging. And that if we are also experiencing that, that's a completely normal thing to feel like as a leader. Fatima, did you want to add something?
I think also it's important to use these platforms to talk about the process of things. So many times, we're consumed by titles, right? But what is the story behind that title? How much did someone go through to get that title, to get to where they are? And I think the more that people are authentic and open, right? Like you said, it's beautiful, because then how much more we appreciate that you've done all this work with all this other stuff in the background, that is not there, right? So again, I'm gonna take you back to business, but like, I sell a lot of FMCG products, right? And I tell people that you're drinking my soda, you're drinking my water, but do you know how much manufacturing, like what the process was to just make that, right? So whatever it is in life, if it's a person, if it's a movie, there's a whole process behind it that we kind of forget. And I think it's very important to bring that into the limelight for people to understand, how much goes into it.
Gloria, did you want to add anything about the elusive work-life balance?
I'm not sure I can add actually that much. I also don't have children, but I have to, like all women do, we have to look after our parents. And that is becoming an increasing problem. It's great because they're living longer, but of course the burden of ensuring that they are as healthy and happy as they can be in their old age falls to us too. But if there are employers in this room, please advertise your jobs flexibly. And I think we should all be putting pressure on government. There is no reason why public sector jobs cannot be advertised flexibly. The government, and it's not a particular reference to the party here in government, but government should be leading by example on this and advertising as a matter of course all jobs flexibly, and the change will then follow from that.
Now, before... I was going to say in a minute I'm going to open up the floor, but there are people over there doing this to me. Now, I don't think any session about leadership should be complete without asking for practical advice about what we can take from your journeys and your experiences. And am I being told that we're completely out of time?
I think you are.
We're out of time. No, we're not going to stop there.
Okay.
So I'm going to turn to each of you and ask you for your practical advice so that all of us in this room, when we leave, we can actually do at least 1, 2, 5 or 10 things differently immediately. And I would say, pick the advice you think is most practicable, but what can women do to help other women? What can men do to help other women? Or if there is one thing that somebody can do immediately to speak up, what would that thing be? I'm going to start with Gloria.
I would just say be yourself. Be yourself on that journey, because if you try and be something else, then it's probably not going to work out terribly well. And actually, if we try and emulate those people that already have power, then we're going to be emulating a lot of white blokes, which we don't want to do. So that is what I would. That's the best piece of advice.
You say take a risk and speak up what's on your mind.
Own your space, and you will. It will work out better than trying to be something you are not.
Zahra?
I think it's very specific to what I do. Number one, I think the platform should be opened and more opportunity should be given to women of a minority background, the people that perhaps wear the hijab, because there is a certain narrative in the media that is being pushed through, that Islam is bad, Muslim women are oppressed, and Muslim women don't have a voice. And I think we need to challenge some of the narratives that we have present in the media. Number two, I hope the government make it easier for working women, and that is making childcare. Childcare is very expensive these days, and then we are, as women, expected to return back to work. So I hope there's more. First of all, companies make it easier and more flexible for mothers, especially those with young children. And number three, I would say, and that is generic to everyone that works, is that we must strike a balance between house and private life and work. I think when there is an imbalance, when even husbands, when they work too much and they neglect the duties of the house, you see that effect in our personal life. And I've seen many cases where people have come to us and say, we don't see our husbands, and that has affected their marital life and their children's upbringing, even as women. So I think it's a healthy balance is very crucial, and that's something I don't always get right, but I'm trying to. So I think a healthy balance is between work and house life is something very crucial. So Sorry, and about caring for parents, that's something that I don't see discussed at all. And now a couple of months ago, I found that my father cannot walk no more. And I think caring for the elderly is something that is not discussed, and I hope people discuss this. We talk about raising children, but when the roles are reversed, and we do all get to that stage where the parents become dependent on the children, that is not discussed. And now I'm finding myself, like you mentioned, caring for the parents, which is an honor, absolute honor and a blessing, but it needs to be discussed.
Fatima, some practical advice for all of us to walk away with.
I think leadership starts at home, how you speak with your kids, how you raise your children, because that's something that I took away growing up. So be mindful of your bias when you speak to your girls. It's not only just your girls, but your boys as well. When a girl asserts herself, it's, she's known as bossy, but when a boy does it, he has leadership qualities, right? So be careful. But also, there is a certain, when you're a boy, it's like, you have to fend for your family, you have to find a job, you have to work hard. But if it's a girl, it's like, you're gonna get married, don't worry, you're gonna be taken care of. I'm sorry if I'm wrong, then please speak up. But this is kind of what happens, a phenomenon, right? So that's one, just be mindful. For me, don't try to change the whole world in one day. Just your circle, your home environment, if you start there, you can make a huge difference, right? And number two, and this is something that when I was at Georgetown University, my professor, and I sat down in a management class, okay? I'm a finance and management major, and this is like, where you want to make money. And my professor walks in and he says, do you want to know the secret to success and happiness? And so we're all scrambling for our pens, and we're like, oh my God, this is like, we're gonna learn some revelation, like how to make money quickly, right? Or how to be really happy. And he said, if you wanna be successful and happy, find a cause that is greater than just yourself. It can't just be about you, it has to be something bigger than you. Find a purpose that is greater than you. That's it. Thank you.
Heidi, you get the privilege of the closing inspiration for this
This
session.
has got to be really great now, hasn't it?
No pressure.
No pressure at all, right. Okay, think. Immediately drop the belief that you have to know everything. Yeah. Dump it. You don't. The strength actually is the people you surround yourself with, because they know that bit, they know that bit, and they know that bit. And collectively, you're a team, and you are so much more effective as a team. And that is leadership. The people that try and blag it the whole time and appear to be knowledgeable and important, they're missing the point. We need good teams. Teams change the world, not individuals. So just dump that thought that you have to be perfect.
That was a perfect ending.
Well, I feel 10 feet tall after all that incredible advice. Leadership begins at home. Have a great team. Speak up to the people immediately around you, but support the people around you who are also speaking up. And leaders don't know all the answers. Behind the scenes, leaders are struggling. They have their own challenges to balance, and leadership is a work in progress. And as we heard earlier, it's about preparing yourself for that moment. I'm so grateful to the incredible leaders, who happen to be women, on the panel who have shared very honestly and intimately, and for that I'm very grateful, because being brave and sharing your story is also a mark of great leadership. So please join me in thanking Gloria, Zahra, Fatima and Heidi.
We're going to have a break until 3 o'clock, when we'll be back at 3 o'clock when Mehdi Hassan is going to lead his panel exactly at 3 o'clock. So there are some stations for drinks up there, and there's some up there. So if you want to grab your drink and come back to your seats. Thank you very much.
So, one of the reasons we're here today is to commemorate, celebrate, remember a great woman from Muslim history, from human history, Zainab, the granddaughter of the Prophet, who was known for having gone forward and speaking truth to power in some of the most difficult circumstances possible. So I want to kick off with both of you. Saida, what does it mean to you to speak truth to power, especially when you're in a position of power yourself?
Well, first of all, good afternoon, assalamu alaikum, and what a pleasure to be here, and what a pleasure to be on this panel. Joe, I consider to be a friend. We've worked together in government, but also since then. And of course, Mehdi Hassan, you know, the amazing journalist we all wish we were. Oh. I think for me, I suppose there's a sense that there is always something bigger than yourself. I think when you're in power, one of the things I talk about in terms of why, you know, Islam or my religion is important to me is because I say that Islam is a great way that tempers you during times of great success and supports you during times of distress. And the reason why I said the former is because when you're in a position of power, often people in power start to believe their own hype. People often start to believe that they're more powerful than they actually are. People believe that they can make huge changes rather than small incremental changes. And people also start to believe that this is the way it's going to be forever. So for me, speaking truth to power is about acknowledging that there is something bigger than who you are. And secondly, there is something bigger than what you're doing at that moment in time. And for me, the way I define that is really a sense of iman or humanity, or however you want to refer to that, a sense that you are in the end accountable for the decisions that you make, the things that you say, the positions that you take, and that you will have to live with them and the consequences of those, irrespective of what position that you may hold at any one time. And look, the justification, you know, there were people in Nazi Germany who said, well, all I did was follow orders. All I did was do what I was being told by those in positions of power, that there were people more powerful than me and I couldn't even speak up. And, you know, we know from I suppose I'll finish on this, that from an Islamic perspective, you know, we know the teaching of the Prophet ﷺ when he says that when you see injustice, you have three choices. Raise your hand to stop it, raise your voice to speak out, or at least in your heart say, this is wrong.
Okay. Joe, let me ask you the same question. How do you speak truth to power if you're in a position of power yourself and privilege that others might not find themselves in?
Sure. Well, delighted to be here at this wonderful event. I think I think in the title, the very word truth is an important one, which we can often take for granted, but I think there are reasons for us to be wary of how much we can all be comfortable relying on shared truths. I think it feels like some years ago we had that. We would know that there would be objective facts, and now it seems to be that is under assault in so many different ways, whether it's President Trump talking about the size of the crowds at his inauguration or things which are actually far more significant than that.
Coronavirus being a hoax, I believe, is the latest position.
Right, okay. So, I mean, the gift that keeps on giving, isn't he? Basically, I think it is incredibly important for everybody to be true to themselves and for us to be careful about respecting truth. But I think when you're in a position of power, there is an even greater responsibility on you to do that. And particularly because there are so many people who are relying on you. Power is also an interesting construct because power sort of looks after itself. You know, powerful, you know, the kind of the corridors of power sort of protect others with power. And particularly, I think, when people who do not come from the groups which have usually been in those positions are put in that place, then again, I think there is that responsibility to try to make sure that you still hold on to those truths and that you stand up for those things. And sometimes that is straightforward, but very often it's not.
So both of you rose to very senior positions in the British political system, in the British political establishment, which tends to be, even today in 2020, dominated by old, rich white men, I think it's fair to say. What kind of gender obstacles, and for you, Saida, religious and racial obstacles, did you have to overcome, the stereotypes, the tropes that you faced?
I think that the last panel made some really important points, that I think those challenges are not just in relation to the new places that you're inhabiting, and people like you haven't been there before. So, you know, of course, do people from working class backgrounds end up around the cabinet table? Do the kids of immigrants end up around the cabinet table? Do even, say, within the Muslim community, is it appropriate for Muslim women to want to seek leadership positions? So I think every time you're breaking a barrier, the fact that you're upsetting the accepted norm means that you're going to make people feel that little bit uncomfortable. But I think for me,
You did far more than make people feel uncomfortable, I think it's fair to say. That's an understatement.
I think there is a real... So when you enter the corridors or the rooms that people like you normally don't enter, there is a huge amount of pressure to fit in. There is a huge amount of pressure to, as a woman, to pretend that you're not a woman, to behave like men, to walk in and pretend that people haven't worked out that you're brown, to deny the fact that you're Muslim and say things like, I'm not really a practicing Muslim, I'm of Muslim heritage. All of this kind of denial goes on to say, I'm really quite an acceptable version of what you find unacceptable. And I think for me, I decided very early on that one, I have a shocking memory, so I'm never going to be able to remember what lie I've told somebody about who I am and who I'm not. But secondly, I'm not going to spend my life pretending to be somebody that I'm not. So many of you will recall that on the very first cabinet meeting, when there was this great David Cameron made a big thing of this. This is the first Muslim around to hold a full
You turned
cabinet
up in a
position.
shalwar kameez?
I went in a pink shalwar kameez.
Was that because you were trying to send a message, or it's just more comfortable?
Because one, it was a beautiful sunny day.
Okay.
It was a beautiful sunny day. It was the only outfit that I had never worn before in my wardrobe, and it was pressed. And on a normal kind of beautiful sunny day, I would have worn such a pink shalwar kameez. So I thought, well, why not? Why should I do anything differently? Because this is a cabinet meeting.
What did your cabinet colleagues say? Can you share that with us?
I think 2010.
What did
was
Michael Gove say when he saw you turn up in a shalwar kameez?
He didn't say anything, but I'm sure he thought, my God, it's all downhill from now. But I think 2010 was a very different world. I genuinely felt, look, there are lots of people, people now, I'm nearly 50, there are lots of people who are now coming up to 50 and kind of my generation who went through life, having to be Asian at home and having to be kind of white at school and having to fit in here and fit in there and be different versions of yourself. And then, like many of us who were successful, you got into your 30s and into your 40s and you started thinking, I'm done with having to be different versions of myself. These are all the different versions of myself and I'm going to bring them to the table. And I think 2010 was one of those moments where certainly I felt that I could bring all those different versions of myself to the table, and it was just, that was the way it is. My God, I now look back at 2010 and it feels like heaven compared to where we are now.
Joe, Saida talks about race, class, gender. You have gender and youth, I think it's fair, because you get the ageism where people kind of want to patronize you, not just because you're a woman, but you're a party leader under the age of 40?
Yeah, absolutely. How very dare she? So I just want to start by just putting in context. I want to tell the story of one of my idols, Shirley Williams, who, listening to her experiences of being a politician, from the 1960s onwards, she talks about when she first stood as a young woman candidate being referred to as the schoolgirl candidate by her opponent. She also told me, shockingly, of a time when she was a minister and the cabinet minister in her department had a heart attack and was in hospital. And there was a major crisis in her department. And the permanent secretary refused to speak to her because she was a woman. So literally you had civil servants ferrying written notes between her and the permanent secretary. And so you think about that in the 1960s, where a serving minister would not even, the permanent secretary of the department wouldn't even deign to have a conversation because she was a woman. And I think, okay, so to start with, we have made some progress, and I always think back to previous generations and the fights that they battled to make progress, and so that we and our generation can build on that. But yes, I mean, it wasn't for me a pink shower camise moment, but when I became a minister in 2012, it was pink shoes. And I just decided, after a few weeks of being a minister, that it was just too full on for me to try and do it pretending to be anyone else. But I looked around and I didn't see who the role models were who rocked up and did being a minister in pink shoes. And I thought, well, I'll just have to do that myself.
So you would have been, what, 31 when you were a minister?
32 when I became a minister.
So as a 32-year-old minister in government, how are you treated as a female 32-year-old minister in the British civil service and the British establishment at that time?
I have nothing but admiration for the civil service. I think it does vary from department to department, and the Perm Sec at the time, Martin Donnelly, was very forward-thinking. Flexible working within the department was standard. There was lots of job sharing among senior civil servants. Vince Cable was my Secretary of State, and so from a political perspective, there was that significant support that I had as a minister in the department. So that was all fine. And by that time in the House of Commons, I'd been an MP for 7 years. So, I'd stopped being a kind of novelty of, what's this young woman doing here? So actually that was fine. But interestingly, when I ran for the leadership of the Lib Dems, then it was a little bit, oh, hang on, is she ready? Is she experienced enough? I mean, I was 39, which was the same age that Charles Kennedy was when he became leader of the Liberal Democrats. I'd been by that point an MP for 12 years, which was much
older
longer
than William Hague was when he became.
Yeah, I'd been an MP for 12 years, much longer than Nick Clegg had been when he became leader, and in fact longer than Tim Farron had been when he became leader. I'd been a minister, which, with the exception of Vince Cable, no previous Liberal Democrat leader had been when they became leader. But yet, is she experienced enough? Is she ready? Is she able to do it? Were the questions that perhaps wouldn't have flowed if I was a 39-year-old man, or maybe if I was an older woman. Although I think with women, age is a double-edged sword, because you're too young for so much time, and then there's like a brief little whisper of a few months where you might be the right age, and then suddenly you're too old.
You're too old. And if you listen where I'm based now in the US, you listen to someone like Senator Amy Klobuchar, who's gone out of her way to say, if Pete Buttigieg was a woman, the former mayor of South Bend, would he have the same support? Would people tolerate a 32-year-old female from a tiny town? No, he has a kind of privilege that comes with being a young, dynamic man.
And even Kamala Harris couldn't raise the money in the end, and yet obviously very
experienced, very qualified. Some people say it's important, Joe, to have a woman in a position of power, in a position of leadership, as a role model, as an example to others, as an example of the power of diversity, as an illustration of gender equality. And then others say, well, hold on, look at a Margaret Thatcher. What did she actually do for women, both around her and in the country at large? As someone who's been a female party leader, how important do you think that achievement is in terms of the actual consequences on the ground for women?
I think it is hugely important, because I think it shows that it can be done. I mean, I look back to when I first became an MP at the age of 25, and I had gone for a selection to become a candidate when I was 23, before the Brent East by-election. And lots of people were, what on earth are you doing as this 23-year-old? Can you possibly do this? Was some of the questions I was getting. Then Sarah Tether was elected in the Brent East by-election, and she was, I think, 29 at the time. And then I did a selection campaign a couple of months later, and suddenly I had Lib Dem members saying to me, oh yeah, you could be like Sarah Tether. And it was almost like the idea that a young woman could be a Liberal Democrat MP did not exist until people had seen a young woman being a Liberal Democrat MP, because until that point, we'd only had a very small number of Lib Dem women MPs, and all of them had been elected in their late 40s or 50s or beyond. So I think role models are important. And I have to say, one of the things which was lovely and beautiful during the election campaign and beyond was the number of women who spoke to me, and the number of parents who spoke to me, who basically just said, my daughter finds it really inspiring to see what you're doing. In fact, there was even one woman found a way of emailing me a picture of her 4.5-year-old daughter who had some presentation at school. They'd done a thing about the elections, and she'd wanted to watch the girl leader on YouTube. And she sent me this picture of her daughter looking at it on a laptop. And I have to say, just the thought that little girls growing up can see a woman, can be a leader, and that is something that's possible. I think it matters.
And just very briefly, I think your party's had 4 or 5 leaders in the last 5 years. Is it fundamentally unleadable, whether by a man or a woman?
No, it's not. Clearly, a leadership election currently was not quite in the plan, but hey, these things happen. So that's politics. No, I think it's an important job, and I think I'm proud that we've got really good, talented MPs elected amongst our small but beautifully formed team of MPs, including some great new talent. And I'm looking forward to the leadership contest when it happens.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you on that in a moment. Just want to ask Saida the same question. When you're obviously a Conservative peer, Margaret Thatcher was the first female Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, came from the Conservative Party. Both female Prime Ministers have come from the Conservative Party, and yet a lot of women say, how does that help us in practical terms if that Prime Minister is not doing things? In Thatcher's case, didn't promote any women around her at all, or in Theresa May's arguments about the impact on women on the ground. How do you respond to that? The idea that it's tokenism. You're putting someone there, but they're not actually helping the people they represent.
Yeah, well, I think with Margaret Thatcher, it definitely wasn't tokenism. She got there kicking and fighting and screaming to the top, and therefore she absolutely deserved to be Prime Minister.
No, I meant, I'm not questioning what she deserved. I'm saying her actual impact on other women.
So I think there are 2 parts to this. First of all, I absolutely agree with Joe that the number of women who, and certainly women of colour, who say that when I saw you sat around that cabinet table, and remember when in 2010 I was the only non-white face around that cabinet table, they said you sent out a message to say, this is possible. So I think it's the art of the possible suddenly becomes real for people when they see somebody in their image. And we all know, to this day, I support Liverpool. God, I'm going to make some enemies here. But to this day, I support Liverpool because when we turned on the television, we used to see John Barnes. And therefore, we felt, there was some reflection of us in what we were seeing there. Floella Benjamin still meant something to us when we were growing up watching Play School. So I think seeing somebody who is of colour, certainly for me, was really important growing up because it was saying to us that you could do this. Secondly, I think whether you're a woman or whether you're from a working class background or whether you're a person of colour, or particularly in today's debate, on climate, whether you're Muslim, there is a lot of pressure for you not to be an authentic version of yourself. So I can imagine the pressure on Mrs. Thatcher, having got to where she'd got to, would have been huge to say, don't show any feminine traits, and then everybody else will forget about the fact that you're a woman. It's the same of people of colour. I'm surprised at how many people of colour get into politics and then pretend they're not black or brown because that way, hopefully, I can just kind of slip under the surface. And
which kind of people are you thinking of, Saida?
And now, and now with the issue of Muslimness, the issue that I consistently have with Muslim people in public life, or specifically Muslims in politics, to say, look, you can't be a convenient Muslim. You either are or you aren't. Either these issues matter to you or they don't. You can't say, well, I'm not really a Muslim until the point you need somebody conveniently to batter a few Muslims, and then I'll stand up and say, well, as a Muslim, I can say these horrible things about Muslims.
Is this just a hypothetical, Saida, or is there someone specific?
Example.
Is there a person who recently resigned from government who you might be thinking of?
I don't know who you could possibly be thinking of.
No idea.
But,
none whatsoever.
But I think authenticity, and this is what I say to a lot of I mentor lots and lots of young people who are entering politics. Actually, interesting, even Labour politicians and Lib Dem politicians, because just entering politics is important. And what I always say to them is, be an authentic version of yourself, because in the end, if you're not, that is what will become your downfall.
Joe, just returning to the theme of speaking truth to power, taking a stand, even if it's an unpopular one, even one that costs you something. You made stopping Brexit your #1 goal, your top priority. You refused to budge on that, even when people said to you, it's mad, it's crazy, what are you saying? You're being anti-democratic, etc., etc. Many would argue that's why you lost your job as leader. Are you, looking back with that, are you okay with that? Do you think that was a price worth paying? Do you stand by everything that you said and did?
Well, I mean, we're certainly going to learn lessons from the election and have a process to do that. But on the fundamental issue of, do I think that Britain's place is best in the European Union? And do I think that that was a cause worth fighting for? And do I think that that was a position that millions of people in the country subscribe to and that they deserve to have represented within the democratic process of an election? Yes, I absolutely do. And look, politics, you know, on one level, it is, you know, it's a popularity contest in a sense. But I think if we reduce it down to, you know, what a focus group has said should be the message, then you lose something, because it also should be about what you believe, what the ideas are. And those ideas won't always be the most popular, but it doesn't mean that they are not worth fighting for. And I think that's what, to me, politics is about. That's what standing up for your principles is about, whether or not the consequence of that is going to be that you win.
And not just not winning, but Heidi mentioned in the previous panel some of the kind of hate mail that Brexit has led to, especially female politicians who are opposed to Brexit seem to be a unique category here in terms of Anna Soubry and Heidi Allen and many others. What was that experience like for you? Because obviously you were doing something that was very unpopular. You were being accused, you know, revoking Article 50. You were like the enemy of democracy. You were accused of being. What kind of experience was that like?
I mean, I've got a fairly thick skin, having been involved in politics for 15 years or more. So in a sense, you know, you've got your different coping strategies of dealing with it. Heidi talked about focusing on the nice things that people sent you. Part of it, I think, is actually not being too swayed by, you know, reading everything that people say about you on social media. I mean, you wouldn't go and eavesdrop on everyone's conversations in the pub when they were having a bit of a bitch about you. So, you know, why should you subject yourself to that?
So you're not an Ed Balls who searches your own name on Twitter.
No, but what I mean, there was one point which I did talk about at the time when there was an email received that included a threat against my child, and I have to say that was pretty unsettling. I mean, no parent wants to have that conversation with their child's nursery manager and school head teacher about, you know, how they can be kept safe. So I mean, I think there's a wider issue here about, as was discussed in the last panel, about how do we get public debate back onto a much more respectful footing where you can all say, look, I disagree with your view, you've got the right to say what you're saying, and it doesn't make you a bad person that we disagree about something, without necessarily descending into that really polarised and increasingly violent language.
I'm glad you mentioned that you have a thick skin, because I want to ask you this question about how you were criticised by a lot of people on the left who say you went after Corbyn harder than you went after Boris Johnson, and by ruling out any kind of cooperation with the Labour Party, they say that's what caused the situation we're in. They say you could have stopped Corbyn or you could have stopped Brexit, and you chose to stop Corbyn. What do you say to them?
Well, I disagree. I took the view, which I stand by, that I don't think Boris Johnson was fit to be Prime Minister. Say just talked about the problems of Islamophobia within the Conservative Party. I think somebody who, I think it is quite shocking when you think about it. Our Prime Minister is someone who was endorsed in the election by Tommy Robinson and didn't feel any need to distance himself from that at all. I can't think of any previous Conservative leader that would have even thought of that reaction to that situation, and I'm deeply worried about what that means. And on the Labour side, then, you know, Luciana Berger, who was hounded out of the Labour Party and joined the Liberal Democrats, you know, her testimony of talking about the anti-Semitism within the Labour Party, you know, told a story of a man who similarly was not committed to that basic equality, to those basic principles. So I don't think either of them were fit to lead our country. I think that remains true today. And I was open and honest about that fact. I absolutely did everything I could to stop Brexit. And I really regret that wasn't possible.
In your concession speech on election night, you spoke quite passionately about, quote, the wave of nationalism sweeping across the country, how it's bringing dread and dismay, you said, to millions. How worried should the people in this room, in Birmingham, in the UK, be right now about nationalism and nationalists rearing their ugly heads in Britain in 2020 and across Europe?
I think it is a cause for real concern. And we see it in different different outlets for it on different sides of the border. But it's this kind of pulling up the drawbridge, more isolationist approach, a fear of the other, and this has happened. It's not an entirely new phenomenon. It's happened at different points in our history. But I would like us to reclaim the kind of small L, liberal, open-hearted, open-minded, democracy that I believe Britain can and should be, and I don't think there's anything that is inevitable about that. And I think 5 or 10 years ago, it perhaps felt as if, the path of progress would keep going in the same direction. Yeah. It might have little bumps along the way, and it might sometimes be quicker or slower. But I feel like now there is a real concern about, rights, equalities, things that have been fought for being ruled backwards.
Saida, nationalism these days tends to go hand in hand with a hatred or fear of Muslims. That seems to be kind of the partnership. You've been speaking out on Islamophobia and making enemies in the process since 2011, when you famously said it had passed the dinner table test, since 2015, 2016, when you started calling on your party to take it more seriously internally, to investigate it. How hard has it been for you to basically bang on about this cause when your own party kind of refused to listen to you? And you even have people like Matthew Hancock, the health secretary, saying when he's asked about your views on this, he dismissed you for not being, quote, balanced.
Yeah, and I said, thank you for white-splaining that to me. For me, look, this is not popular. This is not an issue which people like to listen to. But when many of us were growing up, we experienced racism. You may not like the term, but it was, we grew up with what was termed as Paki bashing. You knew that there was a certain time of the year, in school years, a certain place, if you found yourself, invariably you would get caught up in something which would result in possibly a physical beating or a roughing up. But I kind of felt like, having been a success story, a product of social mobility, now occupying the corridors of power, that somehow I wouldn't be found in those spaces where this kind of thing would occur. And then I discovered what I call respectable racism. So not the thug on the street who kind of smacks you because you find yourself in the wrong place, but actually the kind of racism which is found in editorial rooms and think tanks and political circles, and it's couched in very educated intellectual terms. And Islamophobia, for me, is the way in which the respectable rationalize racism. So they'll say things like, well, I'm not against Muslims, but obviously their religious text is so uniquely violent, until you pick out a copy of the Old Testament. Or they will say, I'm not against Muslims, but it's just that they are uniquely violent in terms of their terrorism, until you give them a whole history and statistics on terrorism and explain that actually Muslims are a teeny part of that. Or I'm not really against Muslims, but when terrorist attacks happen, they just don't condemn them, at which point every Muslim is sat there screaming at its TV screen saying, we've all condemned it, you just don't want to hear it. So I think all these reasons that are given for why people feel that it's okay to be racist towards Muslims. And I gave an example recently. One of the arguments that used is, the reason Muslims don't fit comfortably within Britain is because they're uniquely misogynistic and anti-women. Well, sure, you only have to look at the White House to disprove that. Secondly, they will say things like, well, because, they're uniquely homophobic. And what I found fascinating was that Victorian Britain, one of the reasons why Victorian Britain didn't like Muslims was because they felt, and I saw some fascinating research around this, they felt that the story in the Bible around the Prophet Lot and the story in the Quran about Hazrat Lut al-Islam were different, and that the Bible was very clear about this, but the Quran wasn't as clear, and therefore in Victorian Britain the reason they didn't like Muslims was because they were considered to be pro-homosexuality, and they were considered to be promoting promiscuous lifestyles. My God, look at this, right? We've now come full circle, but we're still Islamophobic, just for now we're accusing them of something else. So I made a decision very early on that I could either pretend not to be a Muslim and keep my head down, or I looked around the cabinet table and I realized that nobody else was going to say this, so I needed to say it. So that speech, Islamophobia has passed the dinner table test, 2011. I wrote it before we went into government. I always felt that I wanted to do that speech. I mean, it's 10 years old next year. That's, you know, how long this has been going on for. And I wrote the speech. We sent it to 10 Downing Street. They cleared it. When it hit the front pages of the day that I was going to do that speech, 10 Downing Street tried to stop me from doing it because there were some uncomfortable truths in there. And I remember at the time, you know, having briefed this speech, they wanted me to change it, pull it, amend it, all these things were happening. And on the day I did the speech in Leicester, I remember driving down from London to Leicester to do the speech. And my husband actually was in the audience today, was in Yorkshire. And he just jumped in the car and drove down to Leicester. I didn't expect him to be there. And by the time we'd got to Leicester, the speech had been amended so many times by Number 10 for it to say absolutely nothing. And I remember my husband walking in and, you know, I had a whole load of civil servants and party people. And he said to them, look, I'd like you to all leave the room. And he turned to me and he said, you know, you wrote this speech a long time ago. And I said, I did. He said, you've wanted to do this speech for a long time. And I said, I have. He said, do you believe in it? I said, I do. He said, well, ditch the amended speech, do the speech you want to do, and uske baad Allah malak hai, right? And it was that moment where I thought, actually, you have to speak the truth. And the journey, as you've seen, Mehdi and Joe's watch, has been fascinating. So we started off with this, Islamophobia doesn't exist. I did the speech, we got in some measuring processes. Oh, now we do have statistics, it does exist. Then it was, oh, well, anti-Muslim hatred exists, but we don't like the term Islamophobia. So we'll have a huge row about the term for a while. Then it was, well, we don't really know what Islamophobia is because we don't have a definition. I asked the government to find a definition and they said, oh, well, we can't have a definition because nobody can find agreement. So we then went out and consulted with the community and we got agreement. So we went back to the government and we said, like, you've now got a definition. The Muslim community is kind of more or less, the majority is in agreement. This is the definition. And they went, oh, well, we think we do need a definition now, just not the definition that Muslims want. So we've kind of gone round and round and round.
But here's a question then. If you've been banging your head against this brick wall for all these years, we had Heidi Allen on a previous panel who quit the Tory party over Brexit. Many would ask, why haven't you quit the Conservative Party over this?
For two reasons. One, because ideologically, I'm a centre-right politician, and there is nowhere else right now in Britain where I feel I could find a home. You know, I'm a low-tax, small state, bigger society Conservative, and I don't find, I mean, look, the Conservative Party doesn't feel like a comfortable home, but there is nowhere else for a centre-right politician to have a home. And secondly, because, you know, it's not, there's a really famous, like, Punjabi Urdu saying, I don't know if anybody understands the language here, which is often used as an insult when you feel bullied, which is, you know, teri baap ki jagah hai, is it your father's place, right? You know, Boris ki baap ki jagah hai, Conservative Party, it's not his party, you know, it's not Michael Gove's party.
The problem is, it kind of is, right? That's the pushback. He won the leadership pretty overwhelmingly.
Yeah,
he won a majority at the election. He's in power now, and weirdly, while you've gone after Michael Gove and said some pretty strong things about him, you said recently, I think Michael's view is there's no such thing as a non-problematic Muslim, which he categorically denies. He says it's not true that he was ever admonished at the cabinet table for going on about Muslims, as you've said happened under David Cameron. And people can decide who they want to believe, you or Michael Gove.
And also people should question why during our time in government and whilst David was Prime Minister, why he was never made a member of the National Security Council.
But here's my question to you. Why have you pulled your punches on Boris Johnson, though? Because you said, quote, I call him a centre-ground liberal conservative, and you accused him of making stupid remarks, but not being Islamophobic.
So the difference between Boris and Michael is that Michael believes that most Muslims are problematic. Boris doesn't believe in anything, right? And
hold on. I'm living in a country where the President of the United States does not believe anything at all, does not know anything at all, but I don't think anyone would dispute he's an Islamophobe. I don't think you need to have intent or a ruling ideology. I think if you mock Muslim women as bank robbers and letterboxes, if you say Islam is the problem, if you say Islamophobia is a natural reaction to reading the Quran, all things that Boris Johnson has said, it's weird that you, who's gone after so many senior people in your party, with him you say, no, he's a liberal,
Okay.
he's only stupid.
Well,
why can't you be stupid and Islamophobic?
Yeah, I think, I suppose I have had the advantage of seeing the public version that lots of people see, but I've also had the advantage of working with these people quite closely and on lots of issues. And I think I have to be honest about my judgment. Look, I'm not going to pull my punches. If I think somebody's an Islamophobe and a racist, I'm going to say they are. And, I didn't pull my punches on other people, so I'm not really going to pull my punches when it comes to Boris.
Okay.
But having worked with, those different personalities, I genuinely believe that if Boris was surrounded by the right people, I don't think he would be the man he was. Whereas I think Michael could be surrounded by anybody but would still hold those views.
Joe, you mentioned earlier the disgust about Tommy Robinson, and I just mentioned some of the things Boris Johnson said. Do you believe the Prime Minister of the UK is an Islamophobe?
Well, I would answer that by saying if you were sat in a train and you heard someone having a conversation saying the kind of stuff that he's written in his newspaper articles, I think we all know what we would think about the person saying those things. So is it that he is, or, almost what Sahida's saying is, it's almost that he, is prepared to say and to blow those dog whistles because he sees an electoral advantage in it. And
it's almost worse than being an ideologue. At least the people who believe that anti-Muslim stuff are consistent.
As I say, it's one of many things that does make me feel despair. I just do not think. I do not think it becomes that role when you need to have somebody who is a statesperson, who can bring the country together, who can be trusted to stand up for every citizen of our country. You don't punch down onto groups that are already marginalised, discriminated against, victims of violence in all sorts of different ways. And he's done that consistently, yes, about Muslim women, but also about the LGBT community, about women more
black
generally.
kids.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is a predominantly Muslim crowd, so I do want to ask you, we know the Tory party has an Islamophobia problem. Saeed has been very eloquent in making the case for many years. Just on the Lib Dems, before you became leader last year, a council candidate was suspended for making anti-Islam remarks. You had a parliamentary candidate in Chingford and Woodford Green who was accused of making Islamophobic remarks by his female Muslim Labour opponent. And your party, correct me if I'm wrong, has never elected a Muslim member of parliament.
You're right, we have not got a nearly good enough record on electing Muslims to parliament, in electing people of colour more generally. Our parliamentary party now is more diverse than it's been before, but there's still a huge amount to do. I suppose what I would say is, in those cases that you outlined, we took action very swiftly. In every political party, like in society, there are people with views that are frankly unacceptable and who will act in a way that is not acceptable. And, in a large political party, you can't prevent that. But what you can do is when it comes to your attention, you can have a procedure in place that you deal with it very swiftly, both so that the individual episode is dealt with, but also so that that wider message is understood by everybody in the party so that people can have confidence that action will be taken.
Okay, so before we go to the audience, I do want to ask a look-back question for both of you, both good and bad. We're in Birmingham. Birmingham got hit pretty hard by austerity measures in a government that you were both part of, 2010, 2015, the Cameron-Clegg coalition. Earlier this week, Sir Michael Marmot, the famous epidemiologist, put out a report saying that we've had life expectancy in the UK stalling for the first time in 120 years. For women in the poorest 10% of areas, it's actually declined between 2010 and 2020. He calls it a lost decade. Other studies, as you know, have accused austerity measures of having contributed to the excess deaths of 120,000 people. When you look back on both of you on your time in that government, do you have regrets? Do you look back and think, we got that wrong?
Yes and no, for two reasons. One, because there were lots and lots of things that we did as a coalition government which I was fundamentally opposed to, and actually all credit to Nick Clegg and others because they were my partners in crime for much of the arguments that we had around that table. So yes, do I regret that there should have been other things that I should have been fighting, yes, but actually there are only so many fights you can fight. And I felt that I was consistently fighting on issues around civil liberties, race, the immigration changes. I mean, there was so much going on during that time that I felt that as most people will do when they go into government, they have to pick and choose their fights, otherwise they lose all of them. So in retrospect, yes, should I have done more around the welfare kind of reform programs? Yeah,
is there a single thing you can point to, like a one regret? So we said pick one thing you wish you could undo. What would it be?
The changes, I think, to universal credit. That was the moment where, you know, to sit down and to have spent time working through the calculations of what this would mean in the pockets of the ordinary family who would be dependent upon universal credit, I think would have been one of the changes that I would have made.
Joe, what do you think is your biggest regret? Is it austerity? Is it, well...
So, I mean, as I was very open about during the election, you know, we absolutely got some of this absolutely wrong. I mean, the bedroom tax is a classic example of that, where we should have fought harder. We should have won those battles. You know, we fought and won battles, you know, as Saida was saying, you know, that is the kind of process of government anyway, and particularly in a coalition government. But, you know, there was never going to be a scenario under any party where there didn't need to be some cuts in 2010, but I think that the balance between cuts and tax rises, and so you might disagree with me, this being a low tax conservative, but I think that that's where some of it should have been different, because you know, we shouldn't have been cutting the top rate of tax, for example, and I did fight against that within government. I fought hard against it, but it was a battle that I lost. So I think that mix between cutting spending and raising taxes is something which should have been balanced differently.
Okay, and just the counterpoint for both of you, give you a chance to make your point. You both, I believe, I'm suspecting, I'm assuming, have long careers ahead of you still in public life, but looking back, since we talked about regrets, what's your proudest, what do you think, what are you most proud of having achieved?
Gosh, I would say so many little things, really. So that we did some consultation and some advice on non-invasive postmortems. They might be a tiny little thing, but the fact that we got the chief coroner to agree that everybody had a right to ask for a non-invasive postmortem at the time of death, I think is something that affects, you know, at that point in life. The Islamophobia has passed the dinner table test is a really important aspect of it. Actually setting up a monitoring system so that police forces monitor hate crime and break it down by a religious thing. But I suppose one of the most personal ones for me was something that actually, again, I wrote up in 2008 before we went into government, working alongside William Hague. And that was, my generation grew up with the guilt of the Balkans War, the guilt of Srebrenica. And for me, I just felt that remembering the lessons of Srebrenica and their relevance, so relevant to the world that we live in today, where effectively Europe, the place where we had the Winter Olympics, where Torval and Dee did that amazing bolero, that literally years, you know, a short time after that, people were killing each other, simply ethnically cleansing people because they were perceived to be Muslim or they were Muslim. So I think for me, making sure that we implemented and started the Remembering Srebrenica program, which this year is so relevant for the anniversary that will be marked in Potocari in Srebrenica, but because now hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of events are done across the country where school children learn about the worst genocide on European soil since the Holocaust.
Okay. I think that deserves an applause. Joe, last word before we go to the audience.
Two things. The first is shared parental leave, which enables parents to decide how they choose to share the time off after their baby's born, which I think is hugely important for now and the future. I mean, the previous panel was talking a bit about work-life balance and how people combine their domestic responsibilities with working lives. And for me, the answer is really simple, that it is about both parents being able to be involved. And I think that we need to do so much more to actually value the role of men as fathers in our society. And for so long, that has been undervalued. They've been seen as if they're an afterthought, or they don't know what they're doing. And enabling men to have time at home with their babies, I think, is hugely, hugely important for that bonding. And the second thing I would say is corporate reporting transparency. And I fundamentally think that the relationship between business and society needs to change. The way that capitalism has worked until now is unsustainable, and part of that needs to change is how business engages. And at the moment, transparency is one of the tools that is starting to drive change. So I brought in more transparency on reporting on human rights, reporting on environmental measures, reporting on gender pay gap reporting was my final battle that I won in government. Executive pay differential reporting and giving shareholders more power to hold businesses to account. And I think that those things, as we go ahead into the future, are going to be incredibly important if we're going to properly reshape our economy so that it does work properly for the people in our society and for our planet, where we are, week after week shamed by, the younger generation who are telling us that we have not been getting it right on climate change. So the role of business reporting on that is hugely important.
Okay, we got some time for audience questions for our two panelists. Raise your hand, wait for a microphone to come to you. I'm going to take them in sets of 3. Please don't give a speech. Please don't be that person that everyone looks at and thinks, why did he get the microphone? And also, try and stick to the topic if you can. We'll start here. Gentleman there with his hand up. Yeah. If you raise your hand, they'll come to you. Or maybe they won't. Is anyone getting a microphone to the gentleman over there? Do you want to stand up so they can see you? Oh, you've already got one. Okay, we'll come to you next. She's already got a microphone. Go.
Hi, yeah, very, very quickly. This is a question for Joe Swinson. You say up there that you stand up for women and you speak for the truth, yet you deny the biological reality that there are two sexes. You have said that men who say that they are women and ought to be allowed into our women's sex-segregated spaces, regardless of the fact that some of them, most of them actually, who identify as trans, let's say 80%, because I think there's research to say that, retain their male bodies, essentially. This puts women and children at risk. You're in a room full of Muslim women. I don't want to have to share a gym, a changing room, whatever, with a man. I don't want my cervical smear test to be performed by a male-bodied person. Yet you say that a man who says he's a woman is a woman and should be treated as such. How can you explain yourself to me?
Okay. We'll take the second one there.
Question for Saeed Awasi. In the earlier session, Heidi Allen spoke about the need for a team to be able to make change. And I was just thinking about, in the sphere of Islamophobia, did you feel, or do you feel, within the Conservative Party that you have enough of a team to be able to do that? I'm just thinking, if there was...
Thank you very much. Question directed to Baroness Warsi. So you said that you can either be, in this modern day, someone who stands up for Muslim values or not. But often if you stand up for Muslim values, you are going to be far away from the areas where policy is made. So how do you balance that fact of standing up as a Muslim but also being close to where the power and policy is being made?
Okay. Let's take them backwards. Let's take the third question first.
I don't think standing up for Muslim values excludes you from mainstream Britain or mainstream society. I think what I was saying was that not that you have to be, I mean, look, I'm not a representative of Islam. Around that cabinet table, I wasn't a representative of Islam or Muslims. But what I do believe is that you can't deny who you are to progress in mainstream Britain. I'm not prepared to take any job by saying stuff that I do not believe in simply because it fits somebody else's narrative of me. And that takes me really to the second question. The problem that we have with the Conservative Party and Muslims at the moment is that it's very difficult for Muslims to be authentically themselves within the Conservative Party. About 8 years ago or 10 years ago, Conservative Home published, Conservative Home is a website which used to be loosely connected to the Conservative Party, much more so now. And it published a 10 questions which every Muslim candidate who stands for the Conservative Party should be asked. And it was this bizarre set of questioning, amongst which one of them was, amongst one of them was, what is your view on Israel and what's your support for Israel? And I kind of thought, whoa, why should I even have to answer this question as a Muslim, as opposed to any other person of any other faith having to ask this question? So I think my issue with the Conservative Party is that I find it astonishing how many of my conservative male colleagues are super feminists when it comes to misogyny within Islam, right? They will consistently talk about empowering Muslim women until they meet one and they can't deal with her, right? So my issue for people joining the Conservative Party or joining politics or joining mainstream society at any level to say, if you genuinely believe in empowerment of working class people, if you genuinely believe in empowerment of women or Muslim women, if you genuinely believe in equality for people of colour, then just get out of the way and let us do it on our terms. No, I don't want to be your version of me.
Hold on.
I want to be my version
So
of
would
me.
you advise, if a young Muslim woman in the crowd comes to you after this event and says, I'm thinking of joining the Conservative Party and I want to be an activist in the Tory party, would you advise her to do that or not?
So I would say to them, one, how capable are you, because I'm not capable of this, right? I would say, how capable are you of keeping your mouth shut, right? If you can keep your mouth shut, keep your head down until you're actually in a position to make a difference, go for it. But if every time you go in, you're going to get annoyed by what you see around you, because it's not a very comfortable environment. For example, if a young Muslim woman joins the Conservative Party and she consistently talks about misogyny within Islam, she talks about how all Muslim men are appalling and are sexual predators, she talks about how she had a terrible forced marriage, she talks about how FGM is like the biggest issue for her, and these are all real issues, but if she becomes their version of what a Muslim woman should be, she'll go right to the top. But if she goes in and says, you know what, there are some misogynist men in Islam and Muslims, but there are a few in the corridors of power, including places like Downing Street and the White House, that actually, yes, there are issues around violence within Islam and domestic violence within Muslim communities, but actually, if you look at the number of partners who are killed by number of women who are killed by their partners, the majority of them are not Muslim, the overwhelming majority are not Muslim, that actually, yes, there are sexual predators within the Muslim community, but there are just as many, if not more, sexual predators within other communities. Like, if you're prepared to say, let's have a reasonable, rational debate about these issues based upon evidence and fact, that little thing, evidence and fact, then somehow, no, you don't fit our narrative, so therefore you're problematic.
Okay, Joe?
Just hearing Saida talk about that reminded me of the time that I called out Nigel Farage. You might recall that he made a comment, I think this is the run-up to the Brexit referendum, about how if all these migrants come to our country, then there are going to be more rapes as a result, because somehow there's going to be all these rapes. And I sort of obviously challenged this. And then my Twitter mentions, oh my goodness, I suddenly got a little window into Islamophobic Twitter, and people were posting all these links to these horrible websites. And I think I engaged a little bit with some of the people, but the kind of the general view seemed to be that, like, you know, Muslim men were more likely to rape, and there was all this stuff about cologne. And I pointed out, actually, that domestic violence, yes, is a very big problem in our society, but most women who are attacked, it's by somebody that they know, not by a stranger. And these people did not want to know. And so there's the kind of the taking on board of, we're going to be feminists and kind of take on that mantle when it suits them, when actually the rather inconvenient facts about who does actually commit crime against women, you know, was rather less palatable to those people. Look, on the issue of gender recognition, I mean, that is currently the situation. It's based on self-identification, and, you know, just like every time we go and use the loo, I mean, I've never been asked for my birth certificate when I've gone into a ladies' loo, or indeed a ladies' changing room at the gym. You know, I don't believe it is impossible to protect individuals' rights and to make sure that people are properly protected against risk. And that is That is the job of, of organisations, whether it's the issues about women and refugees and making sure proper risk assessments are done, or whether it's all of us as we go about our everyday lives. And I think we need to just recognise that there's people in our society who do feel very uncomfortable in the gender in which they're born. That's not something that they identify with. And I think we just need to sort of live and let live, really. And we have a law that enables that to happen by and large. I think there might be some changes that are needed to it. And I think we should let people be themselves.
Okay, let's go back to the audience. Let's take 3 more. Gentleman there with the beard. That really narrows it down in a Muslim crowd. Gentleman there with the beard. Although coronavirus could be coming for your beard. Just saying. That's health advice, shave your beard. It's very Islamophobic, the coronavirus.
Thanks for that introduction, Mehdi.
A lovely beard, I must say, since we're on the subject.
Question for Baroness Warsi. So myself and a lot of people in this room might regard the current government in power as an Islamophobic government. Right now there's an opportunity when we see Muslims under attack solely for being Muslim in India for this Islamophobic government, and I say that as my opinion, not as fact, to do something to show that actually, no, they do care about Muslims. That's been going on for a while now, certainly enough time for some sort of response. It might have eluded me. So what has been the response from the Islamophobic Tory government?
Okay, we'll take that question in a second. Although you're jumping to our next panel, we will be talking about India in the very next panel after this one. Next question, anyone else got a question? Yes, gentleman here.
Yeah, hi, thank you very much. I think the tag team of the Conservative and the Liberal done a lot of damage, as you said. That was perfectly right. It's not just a universal credit, by the way. It's a university fee, and the list goes on. That's a very, very long thing. But rather than that, can I just ask you something? I know the Indian panel coming next. I just want to see that, whether you describe whatever happened in India is a genocide, ethnic cleansing, or whatever. I'm asking both actually parties. Thank you.
Okay. Nobody wants to wait for the next panel. Third question. Can we take another question? Can we take a question from a lady, from a woman? Anybody? Suddenly all the hands go down. Okay, we'll take one from the gentleman there. Stand up. Right. Oh, he's already got a mic.
Having the honour, father of being born and growing up in South Africa, and seeing a complete change of regime, seeing people stand up for what they believed with the most powerful voices coming from South Africa, and seeing Mandela and his comrades do that. I have a question to ask, and it seems quite up there, but when Mandela got out of prison, me growing up, I experienced people strapping on guns. The rest of my white friends and family were afraid. Half of them left the country. They were afraid of civil war, of what would happen when people were going to be
Can I ask for a question?
Yeah, thank you. The question is, Mandela stood up and stood for peace, forgiveness. What can this government do to create the same peace and forgiveness as a rhetoric, as a statement? Does that make sense?
You're asking how Boris Johnson could be like Nelson Mandela?
There's more than Boris Johnson in his president, and there's more voices. Thank
All right,
you.
let's take this one first. If you want to respond.
Well, let me start with the last question. First of all, I just think, Mandela and Boris, it's not going to happen. They're two completely different, there very rarely are people like Mandela born into this world where they actually show through the strength of their character what can be achieved. But what each of us individually can do. So, earlier on, one of the things that Mehdi asked me was, what was one of your biggest achievements in government? When I resigned in 2014, one of the nicest things that I felt was written about that resignation was that I think it was the Tablet or the Church Times wrote that today the church has lost its strongest friend in government, right? So I was the only Muslim around the cabinet table, and yet the church said that it had lost its strongest friend, because one of the cases that I made throughout my time in government was around freedom of religion and belief. And I felt that as somebody who had campaigned for the rights of minorities in my country, in Britain, all my life, when I was in the Foreign Office particularly, I led the battle for the rights of minorities in countries around the world, including having discussions in the heart of Mecca around the rights of minorities in Saudi Arabia, which was against all Foreign Office advice to raise these issues.
So just to link that to the next two questions, are you disappointed that this Foreign Office has said not one word, as far as I'm aware, about the pogroms that we saw on the streets of Delhi earlier this week?
Yeah. Two things. First of all, I think that when WikiLeaks happened, there wasn't a massive international breach of national security. Speak to most of the security experts. They won't say that we were now so vulnerable across the world. But there was a leak of international hypocrisy. Suddenly all the things that we were saying in back rooms was made available for everybody to see in front rooms. And I think the hypocrisy really of our foreign policy, and in the end, remember, I resigned on an issue of foreign policy. There are awful regimes around the world who will do awful things, sadly, to their people. That is what regimes have been doing around the world consistently for as long as we can remember. I'm not interested in what awful regimes around the world are just doing to their people, and anybody who's surprised by what Modi is doing shouldn't be, because he presided over genocide and ethnic cleansing in Gujarat going back nearly 2 decades. We know who this man was. There was a reason why he was considered to be a pariah. There was a reason why he wasn't allowed to come to the United Kingdom. There was a reason why most respectable politicians in the West and around the world just did not even want to shake his hand. He happens now to be Prime Minister of India. So anybody who knew Modi and who knew what Modi had done in the past knew this was coming.
Are you disappointed the FCO hasn't said anything?
What I'm concerned about is not what Modi is doing, which was entirely expected, but the fact that we as a country once again have lost our moral compass in being able to say wrong is wrong. How difficult is that? Nobody...
Quick question, because we're going to be talking more about this with Owen Paterson on the next panel, but since you're here, you're also a Conservative, you were in the Foreign Office. Why do you think it is, if you put yourself in the position of Dominic Raab, why hasn't he said anything? What's the logic behind it?
2 issues. 3 issues, actually, if I'm entirely honest. One, because we have strategic interests in India, and post-Brexit we're going to have even greater economic interests, and therefore we'll just turn a blind eye to human rights. Secondly, because actually we have a cabinet in which there are individuals who sit around that cabinet who have incredibly close relationships, not just with Modi, but also with the RSS, and this is well documented, and so therefore there is a
Any names in mind, Saida?
I mean, listen, you know, who am I to talk about people, whether they're ugly or pretty? Thirdly, in their views, ugly or pretty in their views, right? Thirdly,
I have a feeling that you might be in a newspaper in the next 24 hours, maybe.
Thirdly, and this is a reality of the world that we're living in, right now it's not very fashionable to speak out against those people who actually are victimizing Muslims. You know, the Conservative Party won't even speak about, sadly, its own issue of the way it treats Muslims. I think we are being entirely, we've been incredibly optimistic if we think that it will speak out against other people in other parts of the world who are treating Muslims in that way.
Joe, have the Liberal Democrats said anything about what's going on in India?
I'm sure we have. One of the delights of not being an MP anymore is that you don't have to be on the email list for every statement that is made about every event. So I can't pretend to be an expert on the matter and exactly what has been said. But look, Saida is right that we have seen so much victimization of Muslims. And we have seen a government that is not prepared to call it out. And it is one of the many consequences of our new place in the world order that actually reduces our ability to take a stance, to stand up for what is right, because we are much more in a supplicant position. We are relying on other larger, bigger countries. We are reaching out for new trade deals, which will still not be as good as the trade deal that we have just turned our back on. And so this is one of the areas in which it then perhaps becomes an issue of convenience for ministers not to be available to pass comment on issues or just to go into hiding. And I think the question that was asked about South Africa, I mean, it really does, it does show you what true statesmanship is like. And Saeed is also right that doesn't come along very often. When you think about somebody who was imprisoned for more than 2 decades, to have the capacity to then speak about peace and forgiveness in that environment and the power that that brought with it, I mean, I think, you know, any one of us in this room can only begin to imagine how we might feel in that circumstance and how difficult that would be. But it also ultimately shows us how these issues fundamentally get resolved. And it, you know, if you go back to what happened, you know, at the end of the Troubles in Northern Ireland, if you look at, you know, examples right around the world, you know, where there has been strife and division and fighting, it takes extraordinary resilience and open-heartedness on behalf of people, and that willingness to take risks as well. The end of the Cold War. I mean, you know, in all of these circumstances, you've seen leaders who have been able to do something which would almost have seemed to be impossible, but they have taken that step, and that's what has moved forward. And I think that's a quality that we should value in people when we see it.
And on that note, we're going to have to leave it there. Your panel, Jo Swinson, Sayeeda Warsi. Thank you very much to both of you.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to play a 3-minute video to give a little break before we start with the next speaker.
And I occasionally have to take a stand for justice, but they're not dramatic. I still need a model, and I need to see Zainab serving as a model for ordinary everyday people, not just for those involved in the severe battles, but those in the battle of daily life. And so if we can recapture this picture of a woman who had moments of great fear, but moments of great courage because she spoke the truth, we would have discovered the real Zainab. And in this, she is the one who made sure the message of Karbala would never be forgotten. She is the first preacher of Karbala and of the message of Husayn, of no doubt. And she continues, therefore, her voice continues to resonate in people's lives. And she can be and is a model for ordinary everyday people who have to make little moral decisions every day and are fearful of what people might think of them or what their friends might say. Zainab is the model for that. It is a terrifying sermon. You can barely believe when you read it that anybody, man or woman, would stand up in front of someone like Ziyad. Is a man who, well, he's drifting between great regret. Yeah. I think he's panicking of what's happened, and also his arrogant pride. She quotes a Quranic verse which suggests that what he's done is worse than giving God a partner. And there can't be a...
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please ask you to take a seat, please? It's not a break in that sense. We're just showing up a small 3-minute video. And may I request you to take your seat, please? Thank you very much. May I request you to sit down for... Thank you, ladies. Can you just sit down, please? Thank you. Thank you very much.
I wanted wanted to rediscover the real Zainab, not the fearless revolutionary and not the weeping woman, but something in between, because you want Zainab to be a model for ordinary people like myself. And I occasionally have to take a stand for justice, but they're not dramatic. I still need a model. And I need to see Zainab serving as a model for ordinary, everyday people, not just for those involved in the severe battles, but those in the battle of daily life. And so if we can recapture this picture of a woman who had moments of great fear, but moments of great courage because she spoke the truth, we would have discovered the real Zainab. And in this, she is the one who made sure the message of Karbala would never be forgotten. She is the first preacher of Karbala and of the message of Husayn, of no doubt. And she continues, therefore, her voice continues to resonate in people's lives. And she can be and is a model for ordinary, everyday people who have to make little moral decisions every day and are fearful of what people might think of them or what their friends might say. Zainab is the model for that. It is a terrifying sermon. You can barely believe when you read it that anybody, man or woman, would stand up in front of someone like Ziyad. Is a man who, well, he's drifting between great regret. I think he's panicking of what's happened, and also his arrogant pride. She quotes a Quranic verse which suggests that what he's done is worse than giving God a partner. And there can't be a worse sin than shirk. She says there is. The killing of Husayn. This sermon mocks his leadership, laughs at his power, which is an earthly power. The Yazid model of power is one of using oppression and force, whereas the Husseini model is one of standing for justice. And I keep maintaining that the reason that Zainab won and was able to preach this sermon was not because she was fearless, but because she was speaking the truth. She was frightened, even in the court of Ziyad and in the court of Yazid, she has moments of breakdown, but she had truth on her side. And if you have the truth on your side and you speak the truth to power, you eventually are victorious. And there is no doubt that Yazid backs down from her. He could easily have her killed, and he doesn't. There's a moment where Ziyad is going to have her killed. The text says he began to have bad thoughts about her and has to have an intervention to stop him from killing her. So it's clear that these men would have killed her. Something stops Yazid, and I have no doubt it's because he recognized, whether he liked it or not, that she was speaking the truth.
Lady Zainab was forced to walk in captivity from the land of Karbala to Damascus in Syria. Her walk is now emulated by millions of people all over the world. And in solidarity with that, Emily Garthwaite, who is a photographer focusing on humanitarian and environmental issues, has had the opportunity to experience that walk and has described it as a walk of peace. So may I request Emily Garthwaite to come and give us her experience, please. Thank you.
Hello. This is the first time I've done a speech, and it's much better to stay behind the camera. So wish me luck. I'm going to lift this up here. So in 2017, on November 12th, I landed at Heathrow Airport after spending 3 weeks in one of the most hospitable and generous countries I've visited. Upon arriving at immigration, I discovered airport police were waiting for me. I was guided into a private room, sat down, and looked up to see 3 officers with faces of concern. "Are you safe?" they asked me. "We were notified you'd landed from Baghdad." I had just arrived in London after walking the Arbaeen pilgrimage, the world's largest annual pilgrimage in Iraq, for the first time. Perhaps I was the only foreigner on that flight, or perhaps there was something going on I didn't know about. Either way, the sight of someone like me returning from Iraq had officers concerned for my safety. When I was invited to walk Arbaeen, it was out of the blue and only 2 weeks before the pilgrimage, but I felt compelled to say yes. I accepted for a multitude of reasons. But more than anything, I believe strongly that there was surely more to Iraq than conflict. By accepting the invitation, I was fighting against all my senses after growing up in the UK and only seeing a war-torn Iraq in the media. I was anxious, 24 at the time, not Muslim, white middle class, from Surrey. I'd never visited the Middle East before, had not met a Muslim until I was 16, and my family's experience of the Middle East extends to Lebanese wine. I'm a photojournalist, and up to this point in 2017, I had been working for 3 years documenting stories focusing on female empowerment, human rights, and the environment. I became increasingly aware over those years of those who profited from pandering to the fears of the general public, particularly in the West. I noticed the shades of grey, the inherent bias, and at times the blatant lies. I noticed the more I travelled and the more I questioned, the smaller the world felt, and as I moved through it, but parallel to that, how infinitely large it can be. When I started this career, I was advised by several journalists that to get attention and be successful, I would have to cover conflict in the Middle East. I was advised to invest in the very narrative that I now defiantly fight against. I accepted to walk Arbaeen as it was the most positive, peaceful story about a misunderstood religion in a country and region that had been historically reported negatively and at a time of increasing hate crime towards Muslims. I couldn't help but question how as many as 25 million pilgrims walked to Kaaba over the course of 40 days in mourning for a man who died 1400 years ago, and it wasn't worthy of global attention. I also thought if this many people were walking and safe, then I would have to trust I would too. As I researched Arbaeen from home, the only story I could see was coverage from a suicide bombing in 2016, and even now, Arbaeen is almost unreported in the West. And so there I was, at Najaf Airport, with a team of Iranian and Iraqi filmmakers preparing to make a documentary on Arbaeen to capture the attention of a wider non-Muslim audience. For 3 weeks, we walked Arbaeen via the quiet pathways in Hilla, along the Euphrates River, and towards the heart of Kaaba via what pilgrims fondly call the Highway of Love. I was moved by the compassion I personally encountered, and also between pilgrim to pilgrim, many of whom had flown from the US and Asia and UK. I was surprised to meet a woman who worked for HSBC in London, and she explained to me that the last thing her office workers said to her before leaving for this spiritual journey was, "Don't die." Instead, we found ourselves in Hilla, discussing the lack of independent coffee shops in London, while meandering our way through these date palm forests towards our accommodation for the night. I've been informed that if you stay in the men's mokebs, you'll experience a strong symphony of snoring. But I can tell you in the women's mokebs, you have to be prepared for toddlers poking you awake and the sound of newborn babies crying. And in my case, I had aunties offering me food, readjusting my hijab, and asking me 20 times a day if I was married. Everyone was there for the same reason, to pay respects to Imam Husayn. And yet we were all on different journeys. While I'm not Muslim, I found the message of Arbaeen at an enormously transitional point in my life. And I found many pilgrims had decided to walk Arbaeen after losing a loved one or fleeing conflict, those who had waited much of their life to be there in their 80s and 90s. And I also learned that in 2017 and 2018, more women than men walked Arbaeen. When we reached Imam Husayn's shrine the day before Arbaeen, I stood on a rooftop looking out at a stream of pilgrims arriving in the city, and at my colleagues knelt on the floor weeping in the presence of Imam Husayn's shrine. I felt overwhelmed and confused. How could up to 25 million people walk in peace every year and no one know about it? How could they mourn for Husayn as if he had just died that day? And how could one man unify so many people in one place and yet so few globally know about it. This is something I continue to reflect on in Iraq as we finish filming, and when I returned back to the UK. I spent 2018 deeply frustrated by the contrast between my experiences and what the British media spouted. 2 weeks before Arbaeen in 2018, I contacted my friend Farzan, and I asked if we could walk it again. This time, we were without a documentary film crew. I wasn't sharing a polished film, but rather videos of everyday encounters shot on iPhone with pilgrims and locals as we shared food and tea, experiences and company. While Arbaeen is no doubt a time of deep mourning, there is so much joy to be found too. In the most sensitive and raw of times, we can, as people, be softer than ever, and that is certainly the case for Arbaeen. Social media is a tool that's neglected, but here I'd found a space to show people how I experienced Iraq and how peaceful Islam is. It wasn't enough to tell people, I had to show them, and Instagram became that medium. On the day of Arbaeen, I was presented with a press card and invited alongside multiple local and international journalists, albeit all male, to photograph from the roof of Imam Husayn shrine. The videos I shared subsequently went viral, which is the reason why I'm standing here today, and with that, a tide of positive and negative feedback. But what these videos confirmed was that positive, non-sensationalized news about human connection could go viral, that there was a want and a need for storytelling from the Middle East and Muslims that wasn't just conflict and terrorism. And yet, when I contacted media outlets, the story was declined because it simply wasn't of interest, our type of story, or in one instance, in response to my pitch of a walk of peace, the editor explained they cover travel and culture, not politics. Instead, I made sure these photographs traveled as far as possible. I included them in a church in Italy, a 3,000 person capacity convention in Israel, Leica galleries in the US, and as of May, in front of the UN and world leaders during the Global Disarmament Conference at Dublin Castle. I didn't stop there. Compelled by the story of Husayn, since 2018, I've documented Muslim communities in the US and UK, Kashmir and Uttar Pradesh in India, Afghanistan, Iran, Kurdistan region of Iraq, and Lebanon to show another reality of life in these countries and the experiences of those who live there. I find it immensely problematic that it required a non-Muslim white woman to bring attention to the world's largest pilgrimage. It exacerbated the privilege that I held, and I realized how much more inclined people were to listen to me than Muslims. There are steps white people can make, and the first is to recognize our privilege. Staying out of politics and not lending our support as allies to Muslims is privilege in action. The color of my skin and religion will likely not make me a target of bigotry, attacks, deportation, or genocide. If your life is not at stake, you'll feel less inclined to engage, and in doing so, you are complicit. From birth, I have been granted privilege, and with that, I will use it responsibly. And to be an ally for Muslims, and indeed any community. Since walking Arbaeen, I have learned how best to use my voice with the support and the advice from Muslim colleagues and friends, many of whom are in this room. I can lend my voice to make a difference while making space for the voices of Muslims. When the men at Heathrow Immigration asked me if I was safe, I told them, very simply, that the very reason they wanted to interview me was the very reason I had gone to Iraq, to show people it's not what they think it is. I opened my laptop and I showed them my photographs. I believe they're being exhibited somewhere in this building. And I showed them these pictures from the pilgrimage. They started to ask me about Shia Islam and what Iraq was like. And in that moment, 3 non-Muslim male police officers apologized for making the assumption that I was in danger simply because I'd been in Iraq. I left that room feeling like I had, in the briefest of moments, used my privilege to provide the men with the tools to question. They wanted to know, they just didn't know what to ask. Many of us don't have the courage to ask the questions, and many of us will bypass this requirement and come to our own conclusions about people and communities. And likewise, it isn't the responsibility of Muslims to educate non-Muslims, but I'm hopeful that those with privilege, like myself, can not only support Muslims, but also encourage non-Muslims to engage in activism. Journalism has the power to bring about change, to shift perspective, to empower. It always has, and it always will. And the choice is how we use it. We must collectively stand up on the right side of history, to never be silent bystanders, and to stand up against injustice, just as Imam Husayn did 1400 years ago. There's no more important message in my life to share than this. And thank you, Imam Husayn Summit, for inviting me here today.
Thank you, Emily. That was a touching speech. And I'm wondering how we can make more highways of love. We're going to have another panel discussion, but I don't know where Mehdi Hassan has disappeared. But if I'd like to call on the panelists, Owen Patterson, Liam Byrne, and Miriam Franco, please. Thank you. While we're waiting for Mehdi, there's somebody who's left their ring in the ladies. Anyone wants to claim that? It's a gold one. If it's yours, then please come and get it for me. Thank you. Oh, he's here.
delay. Oh, is the mic on? Sorry for the delay. You got a mic? Yes, sorry for the delay. Salaam alaikum again, everybody. Is everyone still awake? Yes. Everyone ready for another panel? It might be a bit more heated than the last one, I don't know. We will see how it goes. We have another great panel for you. We have two former cabinet ministers from Labour and Conservative governments. And we have one of the best, most outspoken, most original journalists working in the UK media, I think it's fair to say. To my right is the Right Honourable Liam Byrne, Labour MP for Birmingham Hodge Hill, former Chief Secretary to the Treasury under Gordon Brown. He's currently Labour's candidate for the West Midlands mayoral election in May. You can cheer if you want to. Each to their own. To my left, not politically, the Right Honourable Owen Paterson is Conservative MP for North Shropshire, former Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, and also Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. He's perhaps best known as an outspoken supporter of Brexit, but also worth noting he once rode a horse across Turkmenistan and Mongolia, which I think is a fascinating bit of trivia there. 13 horses. Wow, that's amazing. All at one time. And Miriam Francois Sarrat is a writer, broadcaster, academic, expert on issues related to Islam, France, the Middle East, a senior fellow at the Centre for Global Policy think tank. She's presented documentaries for, among others, TRT, BBC Television and Radio, and for Channel 4 Dispatches. Ladies and gentlemen, your excellent panel today. So, we're talking foreign policy, and the theme of today's conference, especially as we remember the granddaughter of the Prophet, is speaking truth to power. So in the realm of foreign policy, Liam, years ago, I think it was 1997, at the start of Tony Blair's Labour government, the late Robin Cook, then Foreign Secretary, talked about the need for an ethical foreign policy. Is such a thing even possible? Did the Blair government, did the Brown government, you were part of both, did it have an ethical foreign policy?
Well, there were terrible mistakes, but there was a kind of a core, I think, that focused on social justice that was good. And you saw that in two ways. So one was the support that was given to the development of sustainable development goals, and the second was making sure that international aid was no longer part of our trade regime. International aid was actually focused at tackling injustice. And I think as we come up to obviously a key point in Labour's evolution as we set about electing a new leader, there's a real kind of moment that I think good people have got to grasp, because I think, you know, when I look at the world today, I see a world that's on a road to dystopia. You know, I see the need for us to collaborate has never been greater, not just to tackle climate justice, but to tackle increasing levels of social injustice. And yet you see a world that is now increasingly divided against this kind of new nationalism. And you see this with the RSS in India. You see it with the rise of the far right here in the West Midlands. You talk to our counter-terrorism folk here in the West Midlands. They're as worried about the far right as anybody else. And so, you know, inspired by the themes of this conference, inspired by Imam Husayn and Lady Zainab, you know, I think there is the need for a kind of a resurgence of cooperation, and that is going to take us to require new structures to foster international cooperation. It's going to require us to think in new ways about how we act as individuals, socially, to deliver justice across this incredible space of the new Silk Road that stretches from Britain to Beijing, and which, for this century, will become the most important space of geopolitics. And chief amongst all those challenges is standing up to that disgusting, horrible nationalism, which you see most recently protested on the streets of India.
I want to come back to the nationalism in a moment, but just sticking to kind of the past and the legacies.
Yeah.
The Iraq War was perhaps the biggest, many would argue, most unethical legacy of Labour in power. Some politicians, like the late Robin Cook, spoke out against it, resigned from government, quit their job. Others didn't. You arrived in Parliament, I think, the year after the Iraq War. You didn't speak out about it at the time. To be fair, you have. I've heard you speak out against it since. Why do you think so many others still haven't, given we're still seeing the legacy of Iraq right now? We just almost went, the United States almost went to war with Iran over an airstrike in Iraq just a few months ago.
I mean, I think most of the current Labour generation in Parliament have at one stage or another spoken out against the catastrophe of Iraq. What in a way, what I have found just as disappointing is the lack of thinking that has gone into a forward strategy about how you avoid horrific mistakes like that in the future, and how you take a more peaceful approach to co-development and coexistence in the future. And frankly, although the Chinese regime has got lots of terrible issues at the moment, the way that China has approached economic development in the Middle East, very different geopolitical strategy to the West. And actually there is something which, perhaps we can come back to, which I think we can learn from.
Owen, same two questions for you. Number one, can a government have an ethical foreign policy? Should it? And number two, you were a big supporter of the Iraq War. You voted for it. Have you expressed regret with the benefit of hindsight?
Very good question. On the first one, I think Palmerston had it right. We have no eternal enemies and no eternal allies. We have eternal interests. But I also think we have eternal values. Oh, sorry. Any good? Sorry about that. Very nice to be back, by the way. Thank you very much for inviting me again. Just very quick, start again. I said Palmerston had a very good quote, which is the UK has no eternal allies and no eternal enemies, but we do have eternal interests. And I think I would add to that we do have eternal values. And I do think the UK has a real role in promoting our values of freedom, democracy, and tolerance, and above all, removing our rulers by voting. And I think that is something that I very strongly believe in. On the Iraq War, yes, I was Ian Duncan-Smith's PPS. I remember very much going to see Tony Blair in Downing Street and getting the briefings, and we were absolutely convinced that there was a real threat from weapons of mass destruction, and it turns out that we were lied to. So I voted according to total conviction. It was the right thing to do at the time, but I think it would be different if we'd known now what actually was the case.
Miriam, same to you in terms of ethical foreign policy. As someone who studies this stuff, is that just a kind of pipe dream? And number two, the shadow of Iraq. Some people say we should just move on, even though it's ever present in our politics in the Middle East. I mean, I'm in the US, where in every presidential debate, Bernie Sanders points out, I opposed Iraq, Joe Biden didn't. It even has relevance in the 2020 presidential election 17 years later.
Well, we talk obviously in the shadow of the Iraq War, but we're also talking in the shadow of a series of protests that have been happening across Iraq, student-led initially. Many of you will be familiar with those protests. And those protests are, I think, the next wave of the consequences of that, which is at a certain point, the Iraqi population has been saying for a very long time now, we're actually sitting on a very wealthy country. This is one of the countries that had the largest middle class in the region, a very educated population. Many people who don't know the region won't be aware of that because they'll only know Iraq in the context of it having been, bombed to the Stone Age. But it's a country that has an extremely rich legacy, and the people of Iraq are very aware of that. And so today they're demanding a level of accountability which, for a country which claims to stand for the values of democracy and transparency and presumably anti-corruption, could have a role in supporting. I was listening to an Iraqi poet recently talking in the US about how the fact that $650 billion have disappeared from the Iraqi coffers. There are questions to be asked which we can support if we indeed stand for the very values you speak of. But I think the we is a really important one in this question, and I think the we is where we have a stumbling block. Certain decisions, certain votes that have passed in recent years, and I'm obviously referring primarily to Brexit, but not purely, have suggested the narrowing of what we understand to be our we. Who we are as a nation has narrowed. Who we think of ourselves as has narrowed. And when we talk about ethical foreign policy, do we talk about ethical foreign policy for ourselves? Because that's a very different question to saying ethical foreign policy for everybody, as in the impact of our ethical foreign policy. I think it's perhaps unrealistic in a world where everybody else is governed by realpolitik to expect everyone to govern from a place of ethical foreign policy. But what I would say is that the direction that we're currently traveling in is one in which, unless we rethink the we in a way that implies greater cooperation outside of the bubble, the island bubble that we've sort of pushed ourselves into, we will not be able to resolve many of the issues that we're facing, primarily because they're global problems. I mean, whether environmental, whether they're wars, whether the migration crisis, as it's termed.
So let me just bring in Owen, who's shaking his head when you said island bubble, immediately started shaking his head. Do you want to briefly respond to that?
Yeah, this is a sort of caricature. The whole point of the process we've gone through over the last years is that we can now open ourselves up, all these amazing contacts we've got around the world. We wanted the very closest relations with our neighbours in Europe, to whom we were recently bound as members of the European Union. But we got this fantastic opportunity to open up to all the historic contacts right around the world. There is literally no other country in the world with the international contacts that we have and the ability to do good. And I would stress in my opening comments, we do have these values, which we have managed to spread to many countries around the world, and if they were adopted in some of the places which are suffering desperately, some of them Liam touched on, wouldn't the world be a better place?
Although some might say, Owen, that we have these contacts around the world because we used to rule most of the world against their will.
Yeah, obviously, we know that, but we handed them over. We handed them back.
Just checking. On the ethical issue.
Can we just point out that we did also have those contacts as members of the EU? We just have a much smaller bargaining chip from the place we stand in today than when we were part of
that argument lost.
Yeah, there's no way we're having a re-litigation of the Brexit referendum on this panel. I'm in town for 24 hours and I'm avoiding Brexit. No, we will talk about Brexit briefly, but in a different context. But Liam, let me put this to you, go back to what I mentioned, the ethical foreign policy, right? So if we can agree, I think most people in the room would say there is no such thing as some kind of ideal ethical foreign policy. There's too many other factors involved. Yeah. Miriam pointed out, if everyone else is operating on real politics, it's just not realistic for any country. But what you could say, I guess you could argue, is that there's levels of how unethical or ethical you are between governments. You can literally differentiate between a Norway and a Saudi Arabia, right? And similarly, if you look where I am at the moment, the US government, you have Donald Trump in power, you have the Middle East, quote-unquote, peace process, where there is no peace and no process. The Trump plan for Palestine came out a few weeks ago. And here's what's interesting. The US government has never been anything other than pro-Israeli under whichever president. But they've always pretended, at least, to show interest in the Palestinian cause, in a two-state solution, in some sense of being a broker. Now they don't even do that. So you have Jared Kushner, who's a personal family friend of Benjamin Netanyahu, putting out this plan that I refuse to call a peace plan because it's not a peace plan. Exactly. It's a plan for permanent occupation. Yeah. What did you make of how bizarrely one-sided it was when it came out a few weeks ago?
Listen, that's a nonsense. It's an absolute nonsense. But to kind of go back to where your question started, what will define ethical foreign policy in the 21st century is the work of a coalition of allies, a coalition of the willing, coming together to try and make the Millennium Development Goals a reality and to deliver on climate justice. Those are the two defining characteristics of what good people will try and do together. Now, think about what is going on in terms of who is going to ally to make this happen. America is turning inward. Despite, I hope that the Democrats get rid of Trump, but actually the geopolitics of America mean that America is going to continue to turn inward for some time. China is marching west. Europe is beginning to turn east. Russia is turning pretty crazy. And you've got a group of Gulf leaders in the Middle East who are trying to turn to the future and a post-carbon economy. And then you've got a couple of significant players, Turkey, Modi and India, who are turning to a nasty, vicious nationalism. So you've now got this incredibly complex landscape, and what good people inspired by the values of this conference are going to need to do is think, right, where are our allies in this mosaic who are actually going to focus on how we deliver equality and justice, and the best definition of that are the Millennium Development Goals. And it's going to be a pretty complex set of coalitions, but that is the challenge from voters to politicians at election time. But when you think about the social action that so many people here are involved in, building those global coalitions as individuals and as social groups to deliver concerted social action, that I think will be one of the characteristics of foreign policy. Foreign policy is no longer the preserve of governments. Yeah. Foreign policy is now the preserve of us. So Silly
What does that
example.
mean in practice? Let's take the Palestine. The question I asked you about Palestine. What does that mean in practice for Palestinians living under permanent occupation and apartheid?
That we will support Palestinian groups in campaigning for justice. Now, if you take, for example, so I used to work in a soup kitchen on Ree Street, run by the Uma Care Foundation. Actually, the guy who runs that isn't always in Birmingham because he's helping set up clinics for the Rohingya, or he is campaigning around issues to do with Palestine. So, it is now possible in the 21st century for good people to come together with other allies in order to campaign on issues of justice.
Earlier this week, Liam, Alon Liel, the former Director General of Israel's Foreign Ministry, who was also an ambassador for Israel to apartheid South Africa, wrote in Foreign Policy magazine that Trump and Netanyahu are seeking to make, quote, permanent the domination of one ethnic or religious group over another and, quote, legitimize a new 21st century model of apartheid. If the former Israeli ambassador to apartheid South Africa can say that there's apartheid going on in the West Bank, why are so many liberals and leftists in the West so uneasy about saying that? Why doesn't the Labour Party ever say anything like that?
Because I think there is a concern. There's two concerns. So one, if you look at what is going on around settlements now, we are now within touching distance of the end of a two-state solution. And talk to young Palestinians in Ramallah or on the West Bank or in Gaza, they have now given up on the possibility of a two-state solution. So there is a generation that is now lost. I think within political circles in Westminster and elsewhere, there is an anxiety about how you ensure that good voters in Israel eventually do the right thing and throw Netanyahu out of office. And there is a concern about how you kind of keep those voters on board, because ultimately change is going to come through Netanyahu being fired and fired quickly.
Not sure that's happening anytime soon. Oh, and let me ask you this. The Palestinians rejected the plan. Every single member of the Arab League, including Western allies like Saudi Arabia and the UAE, rejected the plan. The EU, several EU member states criticised the plan. And yet Boris Johnson at Prime Minister's Questions welcomed the plan, saying it has, quote, the merit of a two-state solution, which it clearly doesn't. Have the occupied Palestinian people been thrown under the bus yet again by a British government?
Can I pick up on Liam's earlier comments? I don't have this catatonically gloomy view of the world. Today, we have millions of people who've been taken out of poverty by the market. I remember going to China when I was a student, 1975, just a month after the Gang of Four had fallen, meeting a senior manager of a factory who had been wheeled around the town, had stones thrown at him, because there'd been a famine riot that day. The growth of the Chinese economy last year exceeded the size of the total Chinese economy when I was there in the 1970s. There's been this spectacular increase in human prosperity, human life longevity, and human happiness. So I have a much
Apart from the million humans who are living in camps in Xinjiang.
China. It's not perfect. There's huge problems. I totally agree with that. Don't underestimate how many human beings are alive and well and living a much more prosperous life than they would even 20 years ago.
Okay, and just on the Palestine point.
That's not underestimated.
There's lots we want to cover. We're going to run out of time.
Sorry, go on.
On the Palestine point, why did Boris Johnson, like the only leader I could see in the West who came out and said positive things about this ludicrous Kushner plan that was rejected by everyone?
Okay, you call it ludicrous.
Every member of the Arab League, all of the Palestinians, and members of the EU. That's quite a big swathe of the international community.
No, the French came out and said it was worth studying. I think Bahrain, UAE did.
No, they rejected it. Bahrain and the UAE rejected it.
I'm perfectly happy. You guys have far more detailed knowledge on the ground, okay? But I've actually read the Trump document, and I thought what was marvellous about it was the talk about reviving the economy. You've got these horrendous levels of unemployment, over 30%. There's talk about creating one of the 150 universities in the world, a huge injection of private money into businesses and into infrastructure. Now, the plan may not be perfect. Well, that's perfectly obvious from the reaction it's had. But isn't it a good thing to start talking about it and to recognise that it might lever in huge sums of investment which would better the lives of those young Palestinians?
Miriam, do you want to answer Owen's question?
Yeah. So part of the Trump plan is a $50 billion investment plan, which is being touted as a presumably incredible opportunity, not for the Palestinians, I would imagine, who, as you rightly pointed out, are living in what can only be described as open-air prisons, the entrance and exits to which are controlled by the Israeli government, and therefore any services or goods that would be passing through there would be essentially passing through the Israeli government in order to be exported. So one of the things that you may have heard of recently is a proposal of a law that passed initially in America to make BDS, the boycott and divestment and sanctions, illegal, essentially a form of discrimination now. Which would mean that you, the consumer, would no longer be able to say, actually, I don't want to purchase products that have been created in occupied territories, that have been forged under conditions of human exploitation, which is essentially what we're talking about. So I don't think that proposing an economic plan in which essentially prisoners are creating goods for the profit of an occupying power is in any way a viable solution to what we're talking about. But I do want to talk about the deal of the century. I feel like it's a really important point for us to discuss here. The deal of the century, or what Britain called a very serious proposal, can be seen two ways. One, of course, is to say what an abysmal outcome, a peace negotiation that doesn't include one party. How can we even be entertaining this? The second way of looking at it, and that's a legitimate way of looking at it, but I would also say that actually US foreign policy has for a long time been the idea that the US can somehow be a broker of peace in the region. And we've been reliant on a certain status quo, a legal status quo, a reference to the 1967 borders, to UN resolutions as being the benchmark, when in reality, the territorial encroachment, the annexation of huge parts of Palestinian territory was already happening on the ground. All this deal really does, in many ways, is to actually do what Trump does a lot, which is just state it for what it is. On this occasion, he's just being straight.
Saying the quiet part loud.
He's being straight about what's happening right now, which is there is no two-state solution. There is no two-state solution. If you look at the map of Palestine right now, you are talking about open-air prisons in which the current proposal, the Trump proposal, suggests they are connected by tunnels, and they still don't have any formal control over their own borders. This is not a two-state solution. This is this is legitimizing and institutionalizing the occupying power. Okay. But at least we know that now, and we take the US off the map. I think this is when we say we're done. The US is no longer going to broker this for us. We need to be looking elsewhere.
But is the UK? Is the UK, Liam? Is the UK going to be able to play a role?
Boris Johnson is not. No. I mean, his acquiescence in this plan has been, I think, pretty shameful. And as I say, I mean, we're at a defining moment now where, you know, a generation of Palestinians have given up on a two-state solution. And so, you know, I hope good people will kind of weigh into this now.
Palestinians who've given up on a two-state solution. There is no two-state solution.
That's my point. Exactly. Based on those terms precisely. So, the point is that good people now do have to come together. Britain could be a player in this. Our influence is diminished being outside Europe, but, you know, we are ultimately going to have to rally around the single, you know, biggest strike for justice that we could make in this parliament, which is recognition of the state of Palestine.
So also pressuring the Israeli government to, currently the Israeli government, obviously we've seen a change in the constitution to try and create this idea that it's a state for the Jewish people, which essentially institutionalizes what many people have called for a long time an apartheid state, but clearly institutionalizes a two-tier system in the country. I'm not sure why we can't be extremely vocal about the fact that we don't intend to pursue an amicable relationship with a country that has an apartheid system. So why would we want to be close allies with that country?
Points, well, this is a question about allies. So I'm going to do something I hate doing, but I have to do it because we're short of time, which is jumping from one topic to the next. But I want to cover a few things before we open it to the audience. So let us also talk about India, and let's talk about Kashmir, and let's talk about another British ally, which is the Indian government and India, long-standing ties between the two countries for obvious reasons, close relationship between this government and the Indian government. You had Kashmir under lockdown for months now, kids not be able to go to school, internet blocked.
And of course, this week we saw what can only be described as pogroms on the streets of New Delhi while the US president was visiting, Muslim homes torn down, Muslim mosques attacked, so anywhere between 40 and 60 people, depending on what numbers you're looking at, killed, hundreds of others injured. Liam, how shocked were you by those images this week? And what kind of relationship do you think the UK and Britain, long-standing allies, should have when that kind of stuff is going on in front of our very eyes?
Look, we have a historic obligation here. You know, this was a mess that we caused all those years ago. We have a moral obligation to deliver. We have a moral obligation to deliver at the United Nations a process that honours the UN Security Council resolutions made after the Second World War and delivers the right of self-determination to the people of Kashmir. No ifs, no buts, we just got to get on with it. Now, what that means is that when we're thinking about our new set of policies and trade deals in this new world, how can you begin pursuing a trade deal with India when you're talking about a country that is refusing to honour UNSC obligations?
Well, maybe
so I don't think you can.
Yeah. We don't have as much of a choice now, do we? Because we're not quite as strong as when we used to be part of it.
Before we get to the trade angle, let me just deal with the basic politics of it. Owen, during the election campaign, Boris Johnson went to Neasden Temple and bragged about his, quote, great relationship with Prime Minister Modi and said, and I quote, "I know that PM Modi is building a new India and we in the UK will fully support him in his endeavour." If that new India involves Muslims being killed and targeted on the streets of the capital city, should the UK really be supporting that endeavour?
We clearly want the very closest relations we can have with India. We can't tell India what to do.
Really?
Surely we are better.
British government tells countries all the time what to do.
We are better using. No, I tell you, we've got our values. The trick is, go right back to my opening statement. It's our values. We should remind the Indian government of our values.
Why haven't you done that?
When they weren't
why hasn't let me rephrase that. Why hasn't the Conservative government of Boris Johnson that you support done that?
Well, he may have done. I'm a backbencher.
He hasn't.
How do you know? You don't know what the secret?
Because I did my homework before I came here today. Since Monday's violence, the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary and the British Foreign Office have said not one word of condemnation about what happened in Delhi on Monday and Tuesday.
None of us knows what's being said behind the scenes unless you work for Huawei. You probably know every word.
That's fine. I'm talking about publicly. Normally condemnations are done publicly.
What I'm saying is we should use our position as friends.
And I'm agreeing with you and saying, why haven't they done it?
I'm agreeing with you. Why don't you do it for them now? You can speak as a senior Conservative. Condemn it now. Condemn it now. You have a platform to do it now. If you believe it should be condemned, if you believe it's not in line with British values, I would love personally to hear you condemn it.
Miriam, if you let me get a word in edgeways, I'm very happy to say I am absolutely dismayed to see what has happened. We went over this time last year, I don't need to repeat it, the history of partition and the part the UK played in the creation of Pakistan, Bangladesh and India. Yeah. And I very much praised India a year ago for being the third biggest Muslim state and for being a model, actually, if you think of the horrors that happened at partition, of intercommunal relations. And I'm absolutely dismayed and shocked to see what's happened the last week. And I'm also dismayed by the new migration law, that refugees can be taken. So this is the point. I'm asking Miriam's question. Okay. So it seems to me wrong that Jains and Sikhs and Hindus can be taken, or Rohingyas, can come. But if they are Muslims, they don't qualify for nationality. So I'm very happy to say, on the record, with the camera pointing at me, as someone who believes in British values, I'm dismayed by that.
So my question is, why do you think the Foreign Secretary and the Prime Minister have not said what you've just said?
Condemned it.
I don't know what they've said behind the scenes.
But why not publicly? Foreign policy doesn't only work behind the scenes, you know that very well.
You have to ask them. Go and ask them. Okay.
I'm just asking why you think that might be. I think it's probably because Boris Johnson likes Narendra Modi and doesn't give a damn about Muslims getting killed on the streets of Delhi.
No, I think everybody's horrified by the scenes. But I do think...
I'm just wondering why there's silence from the British government which comments on lots of human rights issues in Iran, in Iraq, in North Korea, all sorts of places, rightly so. But on this is completely silent. It's very weird. As you say, we have a very close relationship. There's a big British Indian community in the UK. You would think the British government would have something to say about one of the biggest stories in the world right now.
Well, I would have to check what they have said on the record. I've not seen anything myself.
Nothing. Miriam, why do you think it is Kashmir? Here's a question. A lot of Muslims ask, you do events like this and Kashmir comes up all the time. In fact, I do shows on any topic I do a show on and somebody comments, what about Kashmir? People feel very passionate and they feel it's not covered at all in the media, it's not covered in political discussions, even in the way that Palestine gets covered. Why do you think it is outside of a few geographical patches in the UK, like Birmingham or other places, outside of a few media commentators or journalists, why is it that the Kashmir conflict has never really had that same kind of coverage or impact? Look at what's been going on since August, very little international coverage.
True. Well, I mean, we obviously know there's a shutdown, there's a massive media shutdown, very difficult to get information out, but I partly think it might be to do with the representation of journalists. I don't know how many Kashmiri journalists there are, senior journalists in the UK, who are able to actually make sure that Kashmir is something that it makes the headlines, or at least is prominent within them. But can I just touch on something you said, which was Radio 4 today, I think it was, or yesterday, was running a story, a major story about Christian persecution in the world. And rightly so, in areas that Christians are persecuted, that should 100% be something we talk about. What I find very difficult when I go to, and I think this is important for people outside of the Muslim community to hear, is when you go to Muslim majority gatherings and we start talking about the conflicts that touch on us through the links that we have globally, and we start looking around the world and we're looking at Myanmar, and we're looking at, you know, the Rohingya, and then we're looking at China, and we're looking at Palestine, and we're looking at Syria, we're looking at Yemen, we're looking at Kashmir, we're looking at there is a feeling that across the world it's open season on Muslims, and there is very little political willingness to speak out when the objects of the oppression or the subjects of that oppression are Muslims. And I think that that's something this government doesn't do at a cost that it will feel in the future, because there is a capital that other people, and I'm using, there are people in this country and elsewhere who will capitalize on that to say, this country doesn't care about Muslims, it doesn't care about persecution of these groups, and will try and use that for their own objectives.
Okay, so let me ask very briefly, Owen, Liam, do you agree with what Miriam just said?
No, I think surely one of our British values is to be absolutely colourblind and to want to apply our values to everybody, completely regardless of who they are. And she touched quite rightly earlier comment on Christian persecution.
Just to be clear, you don't think there's a kind of open season on Muslims as minority communities?
No, I mean, I don't think so, not the view of the British people.
I meant globally.
And the British, and
what's
all
happening
the British
globally.
government. No, I don't.
Okay,
I
Liam?
begin to fear the worst, because, you know, if you look at the range of human rights abuses, if you look at the situation confronting the Uyghurs in China, Muslims in India, you know, you begin our lack of leadership on issues around Palestine. You know, there is a pattern here, and I'm afraid, you know, sometimes, you know, ministers like to say human rights are never a bilateral issue. You know, so in a lot of the debates that we've had on Kashmir over the last year, you know, you get this kind of rubric: oh, we mustn't interfere between India and Pakistan. You know, Kashmir is a bilateral issue. That's complete nonsense. Human rights are always a multilateral issue. And if you look at the 200 international conflicts since World War II, where there have been big conflicts that have been settled, you look at President Carter, you look at what happened in former Yugoslavia, you look at George Mitchell in Northern Ireland, human rights are always an international issue, and they're solved when we stop pretending they're a bilateral issue and the international community weighs in and says enough is enough.
But what do you do with an India or a China? You said earlier, you know, trade deal is very difficult, but the reality is you've been in government, you've dealt with business leaders, you've dealt with civil servants.
Yeah.
Can you what can the British government practically do when the Chinese are locking up Uyghurs in their millions? The Indian government is changing the law to persecute Muslims. When you go, these countries are economically too powerful for the United Kingdom.
Do you know who we should be taking a lesson from? And this is an unfashionable thing to say: the European Union. Because the European Union insists that when you do trade deals, actually human rights are on the table and they are part of the discussion, and that is as it should be.
So let me put that to Owen. Owen, Miriam Kashmir mentioned it at the beginning. Liam's just mentioned it now. This idea that now with Brexit, Britain's very, very ultra keen to get trade deals around the world to make up for all the kind of lost opportunities or to make good on all the promises that we will be a great trading power. And therefore, when you're doing that, you really have no leverage to say to the Chinese or the Indians, you must do this or that, you must respect the Uyghur human rights or Kashmiri human rights, because you just need a deal.
No, you definitely, your interests are your UK interests. That's what you're pursuing. And at the same time, when you're negotiating, you can express your values. So what's happening?
What if they say we don't care about your values? What are you going to do about it?
They're not going, unless we're going
That's
to...
literally what the Chinese government says.
Yeah, fine. Well, we have to keep using our powers of persuasion. We have no means of imposition of force or anything, but we have far more influence if we are talking and we are working, and above all, trading. Because go back to my comments on trade, it's trade and economic links which are vastly more powerful than political links. That's what's going to really change the world.
Massive trade with China. As you mentioned, the Chinese economy opened up. There's been massive economic growth. That didn't help the people in Xinjiang province, did it?
It has enormously helped hundreds of millions of people in China.
I'm
really
not
don't
denying
agree
that.
with
I'm saying it didn't prevent the Chinese from locking up 1 million Muslims in Xinjiang.
I agree. There are very bad exceptions. There are bad things happening in large parts of the world. We know that. Okay. But millions of Chinese are better off because they've got a freer economy.
I'm not disputing
which is
that point.
No, hang on, you are. I'm saying very clearly.
I'm not. I'm saying you can say that lots of Chinese are well off today and also say that the Chinese government is committing cultural genocide in Xinjiang province.
And I'm saying to you that spreading free trade and prosperity is more powerful than political links.
For who?
For who? I want to go to the audience very briefly. Last word.
For Chinese on the ground.
No, free trade agreements we know are trade agreements that always benefit wealthier countries, usually to the detriment of poorer countries. Let's not mask ourselves. And on top of which, in this country, with the levels of inequality that we're seeing, they're more likely to be benefiting a particular elite. So I very much disagree with that. We did have the possibility when Husayn came to us with the deal to turn around and say, actually, we're not going to take this deal because of the persecution. We could have followed the EU lead, which was calling for sanctions against China. We could say that we are not going to be supporting the gains in China if this persecution continues. There are things we could do, there are things we could say, but we're not.
I really couldn't disagree more profoundly. I was in Shanghai when Deng Xiaoping was announced as the vice chairman. The excitement of the largest town in China. They went on the razzle against their regime for about 3 days, certainly 2 days. They were so excited, and they were quite right, because they knew what he was going to do. Just listen. You've said an absolutely ridiculous BBC statement, and not recognised the value of free trade and economics, bringing prosperity and freedom. Hundreds of millions of Chinese are far better off thanks to the reforms of Deng Xiaoping. What's happened with the Uyghurs is disgraceful. I totally agree with that. But don't underestimate how much better off hundreds of millions of people are around the world in recent decades, thanks to the fall of the Soviet Union and the fall of the regime in China.
But when there's a genocide going, you can't just talk about free trade. You can't say Mussolini made the trains run on time, so it was great.
Correct.
I mean, Hitler made Volkswagen. That doesn't work. That's not how it works. You know that. You just said British values. You can't excuse massive human rights abuse on the basis of economics, can you?
I never said that.
That's what it sounded like.
I didn't say that.
I
said you raised that in parallel.
The reality is there is a world of difference between a concept called free trade and a concept called fair trade. And actually, Britain needs to be a leader of fair trade, not free trade.
Okay, I want to bring in the audience, because we're way over on time, but I do want to bring in the audience. Before I do that, very quickly, for my own selfish interest, because I'm interested, because this is what I do for a living, who are all three of you supporting in the US presidential election? Who would you like to see president in January 2021?
I've got a very controversial view on this, which is I think Americans should make decisions about America.
That's fine. I didn't ask you to go. I didn't ask you to go. I didn't ask you to go illegally vote in the election. I just said, who would you like to see as president of the United States?
I stand by that for every country. Like, it isn't for me to say who should be the leader of another person's country.
Miriam, I've known you for so many years, and you're so opinionated.
Yeah.
I ask you for your opinion on this, and you dodge it like a politician. You dodge it better than these two guys.
People ask me this. I did a PhD in Morocco. People ask me this. I wouldn't say
I just
for
think
another
it's time
country.
there was a female president of America, and that's why I'm supporting Elizabeth Warren.
Okay. Who would you like to see president in January 2021?
I will support Donald Trump, because we've not had such a massively... we have not had such a pro-UK president for decades.
You've had no what, sorry?
We've not had such a pro-UK president for decades, and we should take advantage of it.
Is he
let's
pro-British values?
Let's go to the audience. Gentlemen here in the front row, we're going to take 3 and see if we have time for more than that. Short questions, short answers, we'll have more time.
So this is a question for Miriam, because I'm pretty sure that you have a handle on this that I don't. One of the things that fascinates me as a non-British person is to come to this country and watch ex-ambassadors to Arabic countries appealing for money for the Yemen, for the children who are dying there, when as far as I know, the government of this country continues to sell weapons to the Saudi Arabian regime. I need it. So, sorry, my question was about the arms trade.
Okay.
How much does the arms trade control foreign policy?
Okay, good question. Gentleman there.
We started off talking about ethical foreign policy, and when we have millions of people leaving their homes across the world through desperation and fear, what can we do to reduce the number who leave their own homes, and when they come to this country, can we provide a more welcoming and humane welcome to them?
Okay. Yes, over there. Yes, with the...
Hi, my question is directed to Owen. Don't you think your British values, I'm asking you as a Palestinian, you should hold the British government responsible for giving away Palestinian land to the Israelis or to the Jews at the time? Don't you think it's a British made and it should end with the British politics? Should it be left to America?
All right, we'll go backwards. Do you want to take that one first, since it was addressed to you?
Yeah, sure. Well, we could go over Britain's role in history on numerous disputes around the world. But we are where we are. And Israel is not... Okay, there may be people here who would like Israel to disappear and we wind the clock back to 1947. I would say that's not going to happen. So my view is, to answer your question, we have to discuss the issue on the basis of where we are at the moment. Now, that may... I have no idea your Palestinian background. You may have lost land or houses, whatever. That may be very, very unsatisfactory. But
okay. Owen, just very briefly, when you hear people talk like that, I just wonder, because you talked very passionately about the economic side of the plan, but you accept the economics of any plan, assuming you even believe Donald Trump can produce $50 billion, which I don't, that's not going to help the lady in her family.
No, look, obviously, I'm deeply sympathetic to your own family's position, but sadly, there are millions like you. What about the Sudeten Germans? What about the Greeks chucked out of Smyrna? No, those are tragedies for those families concerned. It's tragic for yours. But we are where we are today, and we have to live with the facts of today and try to make it work. That's all my... We can't wind the clock back to 1947 and start again.
Okay. All right, no, hold on. We got the other questions in. No, we got to... Gentleman's question about... Anyone want to take the question about refugees? Okay. Liam?
Well, I mean... Owen is right in this. We can't change the past, but we sure as hell can change the future, which is why we should be leading the campaign for Palestinian recognition.
Do you want to deal with the gentleman's question about refugees?
So we have to avoid the error, which I can see coming now, that we start using our international aid as a trade tool to promote trade. We should be using international aid to promote international justice, and we should be doing an awful lot more here at home to provide that welcome, which is why, if I'm elected mayor in 79 days' time, this region will become the first region of sanctuary for refugees fleeing persecution and coming here.
I'm actually full of admiration that Liam managed to save the plug till this far into the panel for his mayoral race.
It's not bad.
It has to be done. It's what you do. But just deal with the question about the refugees. You said about sanctuary. One question I would say is, you have Donald Trump with a Muslim ban. He's about to expand this Muslim ban if he gets re-elected, Owen. And but then you have Labour governments, centre-left governments that came before these current populist right-wing governments. The government you served in demonised refugees and asylum seekers. You had Tony Blair saying, how do we send these people back? How do we get rid of them, in his own handwriting? That legacy is what the right picked up. There's a lot of blame to go around. It's easy to blame the far right, the nationalists, the populists.
There is, and we can
people like your government set the scene for this.
And we can either repeat the mistakes of the past, or we can learn from them and fix them from the future.
Acknowledge them too, though.
And we have a special responsibility here in this region as the coming host of the Commonwealth Games, because actually this will be an incredible global festival, and we need to be not just a place that says we're open for welcome, we need a place that walks the walk, not just talks the talk. So let's make sure that one of the great legacies of the Commonwealth Games is the West Midlands as Britain's first region of sanctuary.
And last question, unfortunately we're out of time, but we're going to have to take the Yemen. You want to deal with the Yemen question?
Yeah, I'm briefly also just going to touch on the refugee question, because I think that there's like a very strong desire to depoliticize the refugee problem, is to talk about it as something that, has nothing to do with history. The history is why we have refugees. So it's not a question of how do we deal with the present. The past is feeding into the present realities that we're dealing with today. And unless we start to address those and not pretend that there's something that happened in, 15th century, then we can actually, think about long-term solutions to these problems. To answer your question, interestingly, there was a journalist that tried to infiltrate these arms trade fairs, which are not, massively welcoming to journalists, and actually ended up being kicked out because she was immediately identified as being a woman, which apparently there are not many of in these fairs. Look, it's a billion pound, $1 billion deal. It's a £1 billion area of the economy. It's not something that, particularly if we're looking at free trade as being the objective here, that's going to come off the table anytime soon. And I think it would be naive to underestimate the extent to which it influences decisions about which countries we choose to make deals with. Clearly, Saudi Arabia, if we were going to take it objectively, Owen, would not be a close UK ally, right? If we looked at Saudi Arabia on paper, we'd be like, probably not people we'd want to, be buddy-buddy with.
British values.
But we are, somehow. And that's where money talks.
Owen, do you want to respond to the question about arms sales to Saudi Arabia? We discussed it last year too when you were here. It hasn't got any better, the situation in Yemen, nor with the British arms sales to Saudi Arabia. Have you changed your position at all on that?
I think this is much the most difficult question to answer. It's much the best question we've had so far. It is an absolute pig. If you're trying to defend British interests, you want to defend British workers working for brilliant British technical firms, and then the customers may be abusing the ability to use these weapons. It is much, much the most difficult question. Of all the ethical questions put to us as politicians, there is a real problem, because if we don't sell them,
somebody else will sell them. So we should help kill the kids,
exactly.
Not anyone else.
It's how free trade works.
Exactly.
It is a real ethical quandary.
But that argument is basically, if we don't help them kill kids, somebody else will help them kill kids, so we should help them kill kids.
It is a horrible reality.
The horrible reality of killing kids.
British
but you can change that reality, Owen. I've got to ask you one last question before we wrap this up, and I think everyone appreciates you coming back here into what you could call a lion's den for someone with your views. But I do want to ask you this question. Last year when you were here...
I've got some supporters here. People are nodding.
You do, I'm sure.
Just not showing them on film.
Last year when you were here, we addressed the issue of Tory Islamophobia, something I was discussing with Saeed Avasi in the last panel before you arrived, and Saeed has obviously done a lot of work on this in your party. And you said at the time to me, and I think it was Salma Yaqub was on the panel, that you were very surprised to hear about this. You hadn't seen it in your own constituency. You were not aware of... You said, give me the cases and I will look into them. In that last year, since we were both sitting on this stage, you had a Tory leadership election in which every leadership candidate said there would be an investigation into Islamophobia. There now isn't going to be an investigation into Islamophobia. ITV News found over 100 cases of Tory activists, councillors, council candidates making Islamophobic remarks online in their constituencies. So a year on, are you willing to take this issue more seriously than you were last year when I first raised it with you?
Well, I think I'll repeat what I said last year. And I asked my... Hang on, you haven't heard what I said. Hang on. I asked my office yesterday, and Claire in my office, who's worked with me for 18 years, I said, have we ever had a single letter or email about Islamophobia in my patch? No, not one. You've cited some really bad examples. They should be taken up by the Tory party. Prejudice against anybody is unacceptable.
Why haven't they been taken up?
support an internal investigation? Because obviously we know an internal investigation has been called for, and the person who'd been called to do it is somebody who believes that Islamophobia is a myth. Do you yourself believe Islamophobia is a myth, or do you believe Islamophobia is a problem in society and potentially within the party?
Well, we know there are unpleasant people who are Islamophobic or anti-Semitic, and that is wrong. That is totally against my values. So hang on, very important, if anybody has got a case, I'm happy.
Oh, come on. You said that last year. I just said to you, in the intermediate ITV News produced 110 examples.
Fine, but nobody wrote to me. Not I remember. But people should take it up. People should take it up with their local Conservative councillor. They should take it up with their local Conservative MP, of whom there are a lot more than Labour now. They should who can pass it on to the party chairman. There is no place...
And they're not doing anything about it.
There's no place in the Tory party for prejudice against those who believe in Islam, or those who believe in Judaism, or who are Christian.
Okay, we're going to wrap up, but I'm going to go back to the audience, simply because that lady's standing up and I quite admire that. So go on. To give one last question to the lady in the green headscarf, and then we have to, it better be short, and whoever's responding has to be short because we're way over on time.
Thank you for that, Mehdi. It's just a point I wanted to make to Owen. Owen, I would like to politely and respectfully ask you, I'm over here, I'd like to politely and respectfully ask you to retract that statement that you made earlier when you made a sweeping statement that the people here do not think that Israel should exist. That is wrong, that is offensive, and we do not believe that.
If that's what you heard, of course I take that back. No, I said the... Well, you can go back to the tape. As far as I remember, I said the maybe people. We know there are people who live around the world who don't want Israel to
Not here.
Fine, I'm very happy to take that back. I'm not accusing people.
Thank you.
All right. Well, on that note, please give a big round of applause to these three panellists for coming here to take your questions and mine. Owen Paterson, Miriam Francois-Sarah, and Liam Burton, who I heard is running an election somewhere. Thank you all. Unfortunately, you're not rid of me. I'm going to be back shortly to run my mouth a bit more.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your kind attention, if I could ask you to please take a seat. In fact, the biggest moment of the summit is about to happen, and I want to introduce it for you. I want to thank our panelists on panel 2, Jo Swinson and Baroness Varsi, for their time today, and also the panelists on this third panel, Liam Byrne, who may be standing for election somewhere in West Midlands and is looking for votes. If you want to vote for him, talk to him later on. I want to thank Miriam Francois, who's still on the stage, for her contribution. Miriam was here last year, and I thought she was one of the best panelists we had, and I'm sure she might get the award this year as well. And lastly, I want to thank Owen Paterson. Owen, where are you? Where is Owen? Owen, I want to thank you for coming here again, second time. We really appreciate it. And you're a brave man, Owen, and we respect that bravery a great deal. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right. Our next talk is actually one which I have asked Mehdi to do, or we have asked Mehdi to do, but we've given him a promise. We've told him that it won't be recorded live on TV and it won't be on mobile phones, so that he can open himself up, really, and share his reflections on the summit. And the topic that Mehdi is going to talk about is Husayn, Zainab, and the politics of 2020. Before he comes on, I just want to thank him, because I won't have the opportunity again, to thank him for being here today. Mehdi's flown in for 24 hours, or maybe even less than that, I'm not even sure. He's on the red eye, which means he's probably got in at 6 a.m. this morning or 5 a.m. this morning. He probably prepared his talk on the plane, knowing Mehdi, but he's put an enormous amount of effort to be here. And as you know, he probably is the best media personality out there. So a round of applause for Mehdi.
Ooh, ladies, thank you for that introduction.
it's time for dinner. I just want to take this opportunity first and foremost to thank each and every one of you, brothers and sisters, for once again accepting our invitations to be here with us. And you know, the drive behind Husayn's summit is a sense of responsibility, as we heard eloquently from Brother Mahdi Hassan. Sense of responsibility brought us together to establish and to invite you to this summit. We all have responsibilities to fight injustice and oppressions within our communities and societies. Therefore, St. Thomas is a platform for high-level open discussions and conversations on matters that we as communities are affected with. I'm definitely sure you all witness with us today. And secondly, it's a platform to establish relational power for positive change in our communities and societies. So therefore, I count on each and every one of you who are here today to go out there, become ambassadors for peace, ambassadors for social justice. And our inspiration this year, as you heard from most of our speakers, is Lady Zainab, the daughter of Ali, who made it very clear, wherever you go across the globe, do not forget that people are of two kinds. Either your brother in faith or your equals in humanity. And I believe strongly, together we can move mountains. This is the second year, and third year is going to be more than what you have seen today. And thank you so much. May God bless you and go well. Salaam alaikum.
Thank you very much for all of you attending today. There were 2 ladies back who were filming Mahdi Hassan. Can I request you to please kindly delete your recording if that's okay. And also really believe your feedback. So if you go to Mass and Conference Summit and there's contact, and you give us feedback, a few words of how you felt today and if you've gained anything. So thank you very much. Sorry.
I forgot to say something. You know, we all struggle for social justice. And we heard from Mahdi that we all need to get involved. On 1st February, there's going to be not hosting an assembly at the University of Birmingham under the auspices of the Citizens UK. Learn will be there, Institute will be there, the political leaders will be there. I take this opportunity to invite each and every one of you. Register, go on Birmingham Citizens UK website and register to attend the 1st of February at the University of Birmingham. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have facilities available for women there and men outside. We will be having a call to prayer, and immediately after that we will have dinner too. Thank you very much for your attendance today. Thank you.